Aren't you just referring to Yom Tov? Isn't it Yom Tov and Shabbat? also include the argument that, moreover, no matter what the Orthodox community or Orthodox rabbi, they want their people to be together. And if this adaptation will bring more people into Judaism, which means more people will live an Orthodox life overall and keep kosher and family purity and Shomer Shabbat, that is a major benefit for the society or for the community. And that means that there will be more Jews. And there's an argument to be made that they would all recognize that the adaptation in the digital age may be necessary, and an unrecognized benefit is that we will have more Jews, a larger Jewish population. And that is really great for Judaism, especially Orthodox and Hasidic communities. Have the word adaptation in the title, please.
Were you watching?
Roller skating documentary.
Oh, okay. I was like, you look focused. Enjoyed.
You need to say that children and people and everyone may listen to the radio on Shabbat. That doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's just done against the rules, against the knowledge of the parents. Televisions is they're just left on for 24 hours. But don't say that that's allowed. Just say it's done, and people sneak cell phones and all that other stuff. Before you do that, please include final concluding section that says, that the Rabbi Schneerson and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and Rabbi Soloveitchik and Chofetz Chaim and the Vilna Gaon and all the other great sages had community standards that they were having to uphold and could not make a violent detour or anything to start using electronics actually knowingly. But perhaps someday there will be a respected halakhic authority, perhaps a rabbi, who does not fear the community and is a leader and a trailblazer and someone who is an example of how one can live a Shomer Shabbat life and still integrate electronics without breaking from traditional halakha and adapting halakha to the digital age. And people can await that person, and when that person is found, it will perhaps be quite an event for the world, or the Jewish world. And when that happens, all of the great sages, and name 30 different rabbis, Rabbi Soloveitchik, Rabbi Victor Miller, all of the great Orthodox rabbis would perhaps agree that this trailblazer is a game changer in the digital age, and they were necessary, and was able to make the sacrifices and use the knowledge and halakha in order to be a leader of Judaism in the digital age, one that has not arisen thus far, but perhaps may be here soon, God willing. Don't say part one. Just put the words, and don't say moving into part two. Nothing like that. This we want this to be a perhaps 18,000 or 20,000 word essay that, because of formatting, may have to be broken up, but reads as one document. Thank you.
You know,
What else, Big Dog?
did you watch it?
Yeah. You?
Oh yeah,
What were your
I
thoughts?
like that one. I liked it way more than the Pet Cemetery one. It was definitely what did you use to describe the other one? Like a snapshot of the past or something?
Yeah, which this one was as well. It was really beautiful from, in my opinion, like how they were able to capture 1970s Brooklyn. I found it boring. I found the soundtrack to be lit. What happened in this one, aside from them just like uh, roller skating and telling about like how they were like showmanship and stuff?
Um, sorry, what do you mean by that?
What happened in this one?
Well, I think the two main characters were kind of interested in making a career out of this roller disco stuff. The one guy had the van and was writing articles for a magazine and was interested in the business side, and then the other one somehow his plan was to monetize skating at roller rinks. Um,
Yeah, but
but
they didn't do that, did they? I mean, they just talked about it, right?
I mean, you saw the ending, right? They were on a they're just taking off to
Go to
London,
England.
England to I think somehow do like a little tour or promote it, or there was some plan there. It wasn't really clear, but they're going there on like a business trip or something.
Right, but they like that would have been interesting. It's like it ended right when they shouldn't have ended it. That would have been really cool.
Yeah, I know that was a bummer. That was a cliffhanger like that, and we really don't. I mean, yeah, we don't know what happened on that trip. It kind of sucks that the footage just stopped there. But the roller disco vibe kind of ended, and I was just certain. Maybe you know the reason why it ended. Do you know? Because I was looking at the footage and I was like, damn, like I love roller rinks. I wish they were still more popular.
Yeah. Liability became big with roller skating rinks, and also the price of property. In order to have uh, big areas for people to skate, you need a lot of square footage. And at least in LA, I know we used to have a lot of roller rinks, and the property values all went up, and the owners of the roller rinks sold out. The crowds became smaller, and the ability for the owner of the land to be able to sell it to uh, contractors and uh, building conglomerates basically was too big of a um, temptation. Additionally, yeah, the death of disco is uh, something that like disco had like a kind of it was in like a lamb, somewhat out like a lion. It kind of there are certainly disco elements to the early 1980s, but a lot of disco moved into early hip hop, and the the idea is that you had a time where dance halls were really popular. The biggest one was Studio 54 in New York City. That's where all of the people from Andy Warhol to Liza Minnelli to Mick Jagger, everybody would go there. But they had a fire. A lot of times, what these people do, the owners of the club, and it's almost like consistent anywhere in the world. You'll have a really hot club, so hot everybody wants to go there, and then they have a fire every single time. And the reason why is there's a lot of insurance money in that, and nobody wants a club that no one goes to. So just at the very peak of the club, when you know it's just about to start to go downhill, you accidentally have a fire and you collect on the insurance money, and then you start up another club somewhere else that becomes the hot place in town, and you keep doing that a few times around the city. Then you go to another city. It's like pretty well known that that's what happens with a lot of clubs, or else the club just eventually dies and the owner has to sell. Um, so the disco world was also fueled a lot in drugs, and the um, there was a lot of pushback from DJs for disco. A lot of people would didn't like disco because it wasn't rock and roll. It used synthesizers and it used like electronic music that weren't necessarily people didn't see as having a lot of skill, and there was also a racial element to it. A lot of people didn't like disco because they felt that that was like merging a lot in black and white, and there was a lot of that, and so there were people who wanted to stay away from it. And by the early 1980s, there was a new administration, the Reagan administration, which had a huge crackdown on drugs and really went after um, many communities for drugs, and the dance hall disco tech club certainly got into their sights, and the idea of doing drugs in a more public fashion, like with that which was been like that which was being done in some of these clubs was seen as a direct conflict with the conservative Reagan administration, and it went away. They had disco nights at like ballparks where they everybody would bring a disco record and they would crush them with like a steamroller. They had like just shirts.
Jesus.
They had shirts that people would wear just said "disco sucks." There were pushbacks from rock and roll and like classic rock bands that hey, these guys aren't playing their own instruments; they're just flashy and singing and things. But I really like disco. I think it's a really interesting part of Americana, and I like the music as well. And I like that black and white people came together and were for the first time. Like before, a lot of clubs were segregated. You'd have a white club and a black club, but disco kind of merged these worlds for the first time, and I think created something really cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was good that it was ending, or yeah, playing a role in ending racism, and it was a real bummer that it stopped happening because disco music, like, I just don't understand. It boggles my mind to me that like disco is like literally like my favorite genre. I feel like, I mean, maybe shoegaze, but depending on my mood, it's certainly damn disco, just because it's so amazing. And it's like sad to me that that genre has been discontinued to some degree. There's like, or to like a major degree. There's like still some people that are trying to do it still, but it's, I don't know, it's not the same. And it was really embedded in like the culture, and I did not know that the drugs was like a big reason that it got shut down. I guess it makes sense, but
It was
that sucks.
certainly a contributor. Nancy Reagan's "Just Say No," the uh, the basically increase in the budget of the drug enforcement agency. They would do raids on clubs, um, and there was a big push in the late 1970s for disco movies. The big one, Saturday Night Fever, starring John Travolta, also has Fran Drescher and some other people in it. Um, this basically gave a rhythm to the I should say it took disco in the clubs and put it on the big screen. But just like with any fad, it goes away. And then you had the birth of hip hop. That's really from that, and like basically the hip hop has a lot of its roots in disco, specifically sugar.
Yeah, hip hop does not sound very similar to disco.
Early hip hop does. Listen to Sugar Hill Gang's "Rapper's Delight." It's from like 1981. It's the first.
Uh, yeah. I've heard of them.
So
But, like, I don't know. There's a lot of hip hop that just doesn't sound anything remotely close to disco.
well,
I guess in that point.
that's not that's not
But
early. That's more likely not early disco or not early hip hop. Here, I'll just get. What is the argument that early hip hop is an offshoot of disco? The argument that early hip hop is an offshoot of disco rests on the fact that the genre's first commercially successful records, such as Sugar Hill Gang's Rapper's Delight, directly sampled disco instrumentals like Chic's Good Times. That's what it is, yeah. And before the widespread availability of samplers, early rap producers hired studio musicians to record disco tracks or used existing disco records as the backing for rapping, a style explicitly known as disco rap in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Key evidence supporting this connection includes musical foundation. Early hip hop was musically the equivalent of disco plus rapping, utilizing the backbeats and rhythmic structures common in disco to keep dancers on the floor. Cultural overlap. Prominent early figures like DJ Kool Herc, Grandmaster Flash, and Africa Bambaataa frequently played disco records in the Bronx, and the Paradise Garage and Disco Fever venues featured disco rap tracks in their sets. Terminology and origins. The term hip hop itself was originally used by disco disc jockeys to describe the emerging style and was first recorded and its first recorded use of and the first recorded use of the phrase appeared in a 1963 disco song before being popularized by disco DJs like DJ Hollywood in the 1970s. Commercial necessity. Early label owners often forced artists to use disco backing because it was the most commercially viable sound at the time, ensuring that the first wave of recorded hip hop was inextricably linked to the disco template. While a popular narrative suggests that Bronx youth rejected disco in favor of funk, the reality is that disco rap dominated the charts between 1979 and 1983, and the techniques of extending breakbeats were directed were directly adapted from disco DJs who pioneered the practice of manipulating vinyl records on turntables. As hip hop evolved and technology like samplers and drum machines became available, the genre eventually moved away from the disco template to develop a harder, distinct aesthetic, but its inception was fundamentally rooted in disco culture.
yeah, no, I agree with all that. I guess I was just saying like Wu Tang Clan, most like a lot of I guess early hip hop. I'm not super well researched,
Yeah,
but
Wu Tang Clan is a
as you
decade after that.
yeah, but yeah, that like you would not say that Wu Tang Clan sound like disco, but they're not or super early hip hop, which is what
No, I mean that's
fair.
That's late '80s, and I'm talking about late '70s.
Yeah, no, I get it. Did not know that.
Okay, so let's find out about why disco died. I mean, I gave some reasons. Um, Disco declined due to
Are
the
the price of the building or yeah, like the real estate prices affecting it? I almost want to disbelieve that, but I like if a bar and a restaurant or a dance club can exist, then I mean, I guess the problem with roller rinks is that you need like 4 times the amount of space
Way
as
bigger,
those
exactly.
places, but also like you could accommodate 4 times the people because the majority of it is dance floor, which is basically cash to that sort of business.
No, it's
So I
not.
feel like
No, it's not. When you look at these things, you have to look at square footage. It's dollars per square foot, and the square footage that makes money is the bar. The dance floor does not make money. The dance floor brings people in. Does that make sense? Like the air
so they did have bars in it.
in uh, in roller rinks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not,
Okay.
not some were more geared toward children, which might have like a food, uh, like a small kitchen or like a food um, area. But like there are, especially the Valley of Los Angeles had a few, actually like 9. They had a bunch of roller rinks. Those all closed because of the cost of um, land. Bowling alleys. Again, same thing. You need a lot of space for these things. And on top of everything that's inside, imagine the parking lot outside. That's a lot of space. Ice rinks, and those are the big 3 that were like very popular at one time, but due to the cost of land and you need so much space, roller rinks, ice rinks, and bowling alleys have really closed down. There's one ice rink in all
But
of.
not in Canada. I don't know. In California, the ice rinks were more popular, and
There
then they
were
got all
when
demolished.
I was a kid, there were 9 ice rinks in the valley of Southern California in the San Fernando Valley, and today there's 1.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now,
I mean,
Canada.
in Canada, I don't think we have that problem.
Well, you also have
Um,
a lot more interest in hockey and just people in the United States. Hockey is maybe the 5th most popular sport of the major sports. It's even probably been surpassed by soccer.
or golf, maybe, or tennis.
I don't even consider those to be
Or
major sports. I'm talking about sports that are on television that make money. I know those are on television too.
certainly in California, if it was just a California survey, golf and tennis would probably be
Just no, everywhere in the United States, aside from like Minnesota and like Maine, maybe Michigan, like uh, it's just not. It's not very popular. It
right.
it still gets
Yeah.
eyeballs. I'm not going to say that it's not one of. I mean, it's considered one of the 4 main sports. But what I'm saying is that soccer is just growing in the United States, and hockey is. I mean, just look at the amount of teams that like you had uh, move to certain cities as expansion cities, and then they have to move again. Like if it were a sport that people love, they don't move.
Yeah, I get it. People don't care about hockey in the U.S.
I'm not saying that. Some people do. It's just it's the most expensive of the sports of the, let's say, 5 major sports. It's by far the most expensive. It's really difficult to play because you have to have ice. In places like Southern California, the price of real estate has increased. New York City as well. That you can't have these big facilities.
Unless it's like Madison Square Garden or something.
I mean, you're talking about the New York Rangers who play there. Like, you have to be a professional. They don't allow college hockey to play there. They don't allow high school hockey to play there. If you want to play high school hockey in Manhattan, chances are you're going to have to. I mean, maybe you could get some time on the
Going
ice.
to like Rochester or something.
Well, Rochester's super far away, but yeah, you just have to go to one of the other boroughs probably, or New Jersey, and that's why there's not a lot of talent that comes out of uh, hockey talent that comes out of Manhattan. But you know what you do get is basketball talent because there are you don't need as much space. and there are parks that you can go to that have basketball courts. Um, it's a lot about
Yeah,
space.
I was thinking that was another plus, like a positive thing to the roller rink thing because it was very low cost. Everyone could do it. Basically, dancing. Like it's a cheap, accessible sport, and you can do it in smaller space. You don't need a huge space necessarily. Like it could be a small outdoor thing. Like you can do it on a basketball court, basically wherever there's space.
Well, another thing that hurt the roller skating industry in a major way didn't it split it was inline skating. So you had that which arose in the 1990s, rollerblading, and then you got people who would do rollerblading and play hockey on pavement, and at times you could do rollerblading outside a lot easier than you could roller skating. Roller skating generally you need like a really smooth surface. Rollerblading is a you get a little bit more speed, and there are like boardwalks and things, or at least like cement that you can uh, skate on a little easier. So it became a more outdoor activity. So you didn't need these places anymore. Once you got the inline skate, I mean, who wants to skate inside some facility when you can just go to the boardwalk along the beach and roller skate, and there are hot chicks there, and you can go faster.
Yeah, I mean, in California, maybe for sure, but I think there's still something about the like group atmosphere that makes it more fun, and like the DJ and stuff.
So
It's a different environment.
why not just go to a dance hall or a dance club?
I mean, you can't skate backwards and do all these different tricks that you can do on rollerblades.
I agree with you on that. Um, well, you can do everything.
Not as fun.
Okay, but I'd make the argument that you can do more with an inline skate than you can with roller skates. You can go
Like
fast.
as far as dance moves go,
No, I
or
wouldn't say
just
that.
terrain that you can get.
Just
I get the argument that you can go like access more terrain and go outside and go on the sidewalk and stuff like that. Like I get that argument, but I think on the actual dance floor, people would still probably go with the classic or the quad setup.
how many roller skating rinks were there at the peak in the United States versus today?
Do you know of any in where you live? Are there still any around?
Uh, yeah, a couple of them have closed though. Um, there's some in Orange County, but like they're they a lot of them have been replaced by housing or just commercial areas. Um, the Valley, which is just north in Los Angeles, has really closed a lot of them down. So here we go. At the peak during the 1940s and 1950s Golden Age, there were an estimated 5,000 roller skating rinks in the United States. Today, there's about 1,000. So they've had there's one fifth as popular in the United States as they once were.
That's more than I would have thought. To be honest.
And even what we're seeing there, I mean, liability became really big too.
Why? Do they require helmets or something, or a waiver,
The waiver,
or
but it's
just the insurance price goes up or something?
well, the payouts on litigation, just across the United States, but also across the world, has gone up. So let's say in the 1940s, somebody spills a Coca Cola on the floor, people were less litigious, and so they wouldn't necessarily sue over that. But in today's day and age, somebody spills a Coca Cola on the floor and somebody slips on it, that's a slip and fall case. that the waiver doesn't necessarily cover. There is a duty of the business to have trained their staff to be able to clean that up to avoid that type of tort, is what it would be, but that type of incident. And if they get sued, there is a huge opportunity at $1 million settlement if somebody really gets hurt, hits their head. If they break a bone, maybe 100,000 or so, something like that. And a like basically your the business, you want to make money as a business person, and you could either say, all right, we have a dying industry, which is roller skating, where every single year fewer and fewer people come in. We have to raise the price more and more and more. Or I could just build houses on this, not even houses. It's not even houses. It's called mixed family usage. Basically apartment buildings here. And I'm going to generate a lot more money every single month. Why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess
It's
if
become
everything's about money.
it's what makes the world go round.
Yeah, I mean, can you design a waiver that excludes like all injuries, including spilled drinks or crashes or
No.
like whatever?
No, cuz even if you did, a judge will find that contract to be unenforceable. So you can put anything that you want in it. You can say, we're not liable for anything. That's fine. A judge can find that to be unenforceable.
But I mean, shouldn't the business have the right to be protected in a way that like it doesn't need to be forced out of business out of like frivolous lawsuits?
Slowly but surely they are. Um, okay, imagine a waiver where it says we are not responsible for anything that happens on our property. And then you walk in the door and the owner shoots you in the face. Well, the owner can say, we're not responsible because it says in our waiver that we're not liable. But a judge
I
is going to.
mean, isn't that the law in some places with no trespassing signs?
No,
That
okay.
you can get shot just by crossing the line?
No. That's a different story, and that's your own private property, and you're not inviting the public in. I'm saying, imagine that it is under normal business hours. They have a roller rink, and the owner and everybody signs the waiver that says we are not responsible for anything. And then the owner just comes out and starts shooting people with a gun. Shouldn't the people who have been damaged by the owner shooting them with the gun be able to sue that owner?
Yeah, but I think that is a completely different scenario than a spilled drink on the floor.
That's what it's become, though. Slip and fall is one of the biggest torts in California.
Yeah, no, I believe it. There's a scene in Better Call Saul, if you've ever seen that, where like he's driving home and there's like these skateboarder guys, and he wasn't really paying attention, and then a skateboarder, he like hits the skateboarder, and then the guy's on the ground, and then the buddy is there too, and he's like, oh, like the guy's like faking being injured, and
Right.
then
I believe it or not,
the guy's like asking for
believe it or
like
not,
money.
I have seen that. Right. Doesn't he ask for money right then and there?
Yeah, he's like, oh man, I don't want to take this to a lawyer or something. Just give me like $500 or something, and then the guy just called him out on his lie. Like right there, he's like, you're faking it. I'm not giving you a dime. Go away. Good luck scamming someone else.
Right. I have seen that.
Did you watch the whole series or just that like scene?
No, I think I saw the first season. It's very good. But I got really into Breaking Bad and watched that whole series, and then I got into Better Call Saul, but all of the seasons hadn't come out yet, and so I just saw the first season. It's very good though.
Yeah, Breaking Bad, apparently the number one television show of like all time on IMDb or something. And the creator Vince Vaughn has a
Vince
new
Gilligan.
series out about like
Vince Gilligan.
Vince Gilligan. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Has some new series like about some. It's very strange. It's like a strange premise about like happiness of this woman. Um, have you heard of that? There's a new series that he started.
I've heard that he started one.
It's called Pluribus.
Yeah, I hear
The
it's
most miserable person on earth must save the world from happiness.
I've heard it's very good.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen any of it, but I am. I mean, I haven't seen too much of Better Call Saul yet, but I just feel like it couldn't replace Breaking Bad.
Did you
Breaking Bad is too good. It's too
did
bad that show's over.
did you like Breaking Bad?
Oh yeah, no, I've seen it a few times. I
You,
just found out the other day that Bryan Cranston was in Malcolm in the Middle,
Dog, where
which
the
I
fuck
had
have
no
you?
idea.
Where have you been?
I didn't grow up watching Malcolm in the Middle at all.
I didn't either, but I knew I would just like, oh, that's the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. But I understand. I'm older than you are, so I had the opportunity to see it, and both are American shows, so that's a different issue as well.
Yeah. But yeah, so from a business perspective, I mean, like in its heyday, I guess it was a viable business because you had a bar and they're charging admission to get in or whatever.
And concessions were really cheap in comparison to today. Like you could sell stuff for like 10 cents and like still make a huge profit on it. Um, Also, I think this is an issue that arises with these types of organizations as well. Are music licenses? If you are playing music enough to enough people, you have to pay um royalties on that. Now, let me see if that happens today. Yo, dog, do you have to pay royalties if you're like a DJ at a bar or a club or even a roller rink? I think you're supposed to. Yes, royalties must be paid when music is played in public venues like bars, clubs, or roller rinks. However, the responsibility typically falls on the venue owner, not the DJ. Venues are required to obtain blanket licenses from performing rights organizations like ASCAP, BMI, SESAC, and GMR. These licenses cover the public performance of copyrighted music, including sets played by DJs. The venue's license ensures that songwriters and publishers are compensated. While the DJ usually doesn't pay the royalties directly, they must ensure the venue is properly licensed. If a DJ performs at a private event, like a wedding in a space without a license, the responsibility may shift to the DJ or the event organizer. So all of those licenses went up, but the big one is the insurance, in my opinion. Well, actually, the big one is the real estate, but then insurance.
Yeah, and also the disco music itself, though, too, was also a thing,
Uh,
which I don't fully understand why the disco music stopped.
oh, that's what I was reading. Why disco failed. So it died because of a convergence of overexposure, cultural backlash, and shifting musical trends. Oversaturation. By the late 1970s, disco dominated radio, pop, rock, and even country, leading to listener fatigue. Record labels pushed artists to adopt the sound, flooding the market with often low quality disco product. Cultural backlash. A significant, often angry reaction emerged from rock fans who saw disco as escapist, overproduced, and a threat to rock's cultural dominance. The backlash was intertwined with racism and homophobia, as disco's roots in black and gay club culture clashed with the perceived unmanly and elitist image promoted in mainstream media. Disco Demolition Night. The infamous event where a crate of disco records were blown up, became a violent symbol of the backlash. It hastened disco's retreat from mainstream radio and record labels, pushing the music underground. Evolution, not death. While disco receded from the pop charts by the early 1980s, it didn't truly die. It evolved into post-disco, high-energy house and techno, directly influencing the next generation of dance music, including early hip hop and 1980s pop. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it does, but no, I don't. Like the jazz people don't get pissed off because polka is stealing its market share. So I don't. Those rock people kind of suck.
They did it one time. Jazz, there was backlash between like those types of songs, big band, jazz, blues, and then when rock and roll came in, there was a big pushback, major pushback, where they would destroy Elvis records. They didn't like, again, it was very racially uh, motivated. They didn't like the idea of people like Chuck Berry and Chubby Checker and the Big Bopper invading their homes. And then on top of that, then you had the British invasion, which was not even which were non-Americans who came in, and they would destroy Beatles records. It's anything that's foreign that people don't like. I'm trying to think how it's done today, and really things have become very mainstream, and racial tensions have, in other ways, are still inflamed, but we've become more of a homogenous society. But where would you get? Okay, here's one. Do you know what I think it's called? Stomp country is?
Never heard of that.
Okay, well, they're like country purists, and they don't like songs that are. It's called like stop country. It's like there was a big song like a year or two ago. I won't play it, but I'll just say it goes, "Oh ma, let me give me another shot of whiskey." I don't know the lyrics, but
Oh God, God, I hate that song.
you know what song I'm talking about,
Yeah,
right? And the fact that you have African American people who are country song stars bothers a lot of people. So, am I saying that that's like the biggest rejection? Okay, here's another rejection. You know the Dixie Chicks? They're now known as the Chicks. You know who I'm referencing?
I've heard of them. Yeah.
Okay, so during the Iraq War, like 22 years ago or so, they took the very brave stance that they were against the war, and they were banned from radio, and their CDs were crushed. And these women held strong, which is a really brave thing that they did. But at the time, many people didn't see it as so. They saw it as being unpatriotic, especially within the country genre, which is where they were. What
Yeah,
other?
no, it's. I'm trying to think of a modern example of like music suppression, but
Okay, here's one. R. Kelly. You don't hear R. Kelly songs anymore.
yeah, that was like personal, like related to like personal things that he did.
Okay, you're talking about a movement or like for okay, Kanye West.
Yeah, no, again, that's tied to like a single individual, not like a genre necessarily. Whereas
Okay.
people are trying to boycott a whole genre.
Yeah. Today it's just too big of a risk anymore, and people have seen what has happened previously to people, and when they speak up, um, through the, I mean, through the years, the big ones that stand out in my mind since the 1960s, the Beatles, especially John Lennon, was rejected. A lot of the psychedelic rock was rejected. That was very peace and love. The Birds, the Mamas and the Papas, that kind of stuff. In the 1970s, there was the disco rejection. In the 1980s, there was a lot of rejection of hip hop culture. In the 1990s, the one that stands out in my mind is Sinead O'Connor on Saturday Night Live ripped a picture of the Pope and over his like non-action against I think the abuse of children in Ireland. In the early 2000s, you had the the Dixie Chicks or the Chicks, the people who made those stances. The early 2010s, people started to wise up, quote unquote, and wouldn't reject things. Uh, but um, you have some, I guess, with the LGBTQ world. I think there was probably some pushback, but nobody really major comes to mind who was like, "I'm not backing that." Um, okay, but there's some like, do you know who
There
Kid?
are apparently a few modern examples, like drill music in the UK. Apparently, they don't like drill music in the UK, and a few kind of politically motivated ones as well, like social media and state censorship in Iran against the woman life liberty movement from, well, that's a song, but a global anthem, and boy, or yeah, some K-pop boycotting in China from some I don't know, I'm not gonna read that one, but reggae and political critique in Zimbabwe. Yeah, the one guy in the, I guess you haven't seen it, but the Sugar, yeah, I told you about the Sugar Man movie. His song was scratched out by the state of South Africa, or country of South Africa.
There you go. Um, an interesting one that I guess it depends how big you are, but there's a question that arises like, why was R. Kelly canceled, but Michael Jackson was not?
Didn't R. Kelly like pee on someone?
Yeah, he didn't. He peed on like a 15-year-old girl or something. Like, I'm not condoning that, but he didn't have like a litany of allegations of like hurting much younger children.
Yeah, well, one was proven, one was allegations.
I mean, I think it comes down to money. Michael Jackson uh, settled a lot of those, but I don't know. That's why we need to watch that documentary to see the other side. And um, would you?
That's true. If you narrow it to like certain artists that have been suppressed, then there's a much larger list.
I can tell you that I know exactly where I was in another Orange County city, Fullerton, when Michael Jackson died. I remember watching it, and I really didn't hear that much Michael Jackson music until he died, and then it was everywhere. It was almost like somebody got possession of his album and was like, "Put this everywhere. I want to make as much money as possible." Uh, when he died, I remember.
Oh, really?
Oh, it
I
was.
thought he was super popular even before that, though.
He was super popular, but you wouldn't hear his music on the radio. That's what I'm saying. It it just wasn't played on the radio.
Okay.
Because Michael Jackson had a very tight control of it and wouldn't let it be played on the radio. He didn't want it to get watered down. But once he died, it was everywhere. when I say everywhere,
How does the radio water down the music?
It allows people to get sick of it a lot faster. So like the Beatles,
Oh, true.
at least at least in at least in LA, you won't hear Beatles music on the radio anytime except for Sunday morning from like 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. It's called Breakfast with the Beatles because the Beatles catalog is too expensive to play. And the reason why it's so expensive is the Beatles say we don't want our music to be watered down. So we don't want it played on the radio. However, if you want to play it early in the morning on Sunday on this one show that pays us a lot of money for our royalties, we'll let you play it. Aside from that, though, you won't hear Help on the radio on the oldie station. You won't hear Norwegian Wood. You won't hear Revolution. You won't hear any of those songs. And that's basically across the entire United States. There's a syndicated show called Breakfast with the Beatles. It's by um, I forget the guy's name, but it's like this one guy who has a syndicated show, and then he sells it to stations all throughout the United States. Um, but aside from that, you won't hear the Beatles on the radio in the United States. And the reason why is, and here's another interesting thing: the Beatles would not allow their music to be played in commercials until like 1981. The first Beatles song in a commercial was, I believe, in like an Apple computer commercial. 1981 seems kind of early, but hold on. Yo, what's the first Beatles song in a commercial? Wasn't it like 1981 Apple? Apologies, it was 90. It was 87 for Nike. Um, so they didn't let their songs be played from while they were together, which is the late 1960s, for like about 20 years. You didn't hear a Beatles song in a commercial. Now, I'm not saying you'll hear it all that much now because it's really expensive, but you will occasionally hear Beatles songs in uh, in commercials now. But you won't hear them on the radio.
It seems like almost like a good problem to have if people are sick of your music a little bit. I mean, because at least they're getting like the exposure to it. But radios, they recycle like the same hit songs way too often, I feel.
And then you won't ever hear them again until they play on the oldies station or whatever alternative. Like there's a formula to it that um, basically the the top 40 is played. And there's like an agreement that if you're in the top 40 for pop songs, you'll be played once per 3 hours on the radio for like a certain number of weeks. And then once you move out of the top 40, you won't be heard again. It's not like they'll be like, oh, yeah, remember this song from last year? They don't do that. It's like anything that's popular now, and then they move on to the next thing.
Word. Rabbi, I'm gonna hang out with my mom, watch like some random crap on the internet.
Excellent. All right, well, I want to watch. Come back.
We might actually play Literati without the timer. We'll see.
Okay, well, come back tomorrow. Let's watch a documentary tomorrow night.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Take care.
All
Bye,
right,
Mama Riser. Bye bye.
Maybe they're conscious. Maybe the universe is conscious. Maybe consciousness exists everywhere.
Well, you would think if they're all placed there and they're in, they started there, it would seem that if we went and put ourselves before them, that it would grant us something. Like, I'm not saying like something magical, but something that we need. Because most of the way that things are set up, it's like everything was kind of set up in perfection, like in our bodies, like the fact that we exist, the fact that the eye is put together and operates the way that it does, the fact that they have like moles and parrots and everything, the fact that it all happens. And we kind of neglect that there's these orbs out there in the distance. Maybe they want to hear from us. Maybe they want us to sit there and look at them and think. Maybe they help us.
Do you think we're being visited?
Do you?
Yeah. But I think a lot of it's lies, too.
Do you think the government's the big governments? Or
What do you mean?
what do you mean? Do you think they know who's right? Do you think they know who's... do you think they have met? Do you think these upper echelon people have met the visitors and there's some other thing going on? Because it feels like something's going to happen soon.
Perhaps that's possible. Perhaps. But if I was from another planet, like this is I talked about this kind of special, that if like I went, when I go fishing, I don't check in to see who the president of the lake is. I just show up, trick those dumb motherfuckers with a fake fish, pull them out by their lips, take a picture of them, drop it off back in the water. they're a bass. They're so below me.
Right.
I don't think, like, who's the leader of the bass?
Right.
So the idea that aliens come down here, who's the leader of the people? I highly doubt they give a fuck if they talk to Trump.
Yeah.
He's out there building a ballroom and shit. They're like, leave that guy alone. I'm not interested in him. But maybe they might visit military establishments. Like if they find a nuclear weapons base, maybe I would go to that because they probably know the signal of nuclear armament. They probably know the signal of these weapons. They probably would visit those places, but would they interact with the people on the ground? Perhaps. Maybe they would. Maybe they would if they could be assured of their safety. Maybe. It's possible. But I don't think we're alone. I think that's silly. I think the idea that we're alone is silly. There's a lot of like crazy equations that people have made. They're like, well, we're like the Fermi, you know what the Fermi paradox is?
The Fermi
Paradox. Yeah, it's I think he's an Italian scientist. It's like if there are aliens and there's so many stars in the universe, there's so many planets in the universe. Do you know there's more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang?
No way.
Yeah.
How do we know it?
I don't know. I just read it. I'm just saying it to you like I'm smart.
That's fair.
Put that into perplexity. I love using AI. I know it's taking over the world, but I don't give a fuck. I've learned so much. If you use it correctly, I think it's like everything else. I use it every day. I use it whenever I write. If I write about a subject, I'm like, tell me why you did that. Tell me what this is. You just ask it.
Yeah.
It just gives you instantaneous information.
I know, it is pretty fascinating. That's why, like, it used to be for information, you had to go somebody to get it, but now it's like everybody
You don't have
has
to
it.
go nowhere. So.
Yeah.
And Elon was saying that he doesn't think apps are going to exist in the future. He thinks everything's going to be you and a device communicating with AI. Here it is. Are there more stars in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Earth was formed? Yes, that statement is likely very true by a large margin. No, not the Earth, but the universe. I googled it. That's what actually came up. Oh, estimated star. Okay, age of the Earth. Yeah, so there's definitely way more planets, but that's stars. You wrote stars. After what you said. What did you type in? Are there more planets than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Yeah, not more stars. Are there more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Not the Earth formed. Since the Big Bang. This is the nutty one. Because that's crazy. Yes, by current estimates, there are far more planets in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Big Bang.
Dude, the crazy thing is, a lot of kids nowadays,
that's crazy.
Wait, say it one more time.
There's more planets in the universe than seconds that have passed since the Big Bang.
So then I start to think, I wonder if it's a contest and like God is seeing like what planet can really create the most like love amongst the planet, you know, and get it done right.
You know Terrence Howard, the actor?
Yes.
He had a very interesting theory, and he's an interesting guy. He's a very intelligent guy. He's not educated in a classical sense, but he's a brilliant guy, right? Not educated about a lot of the things he discusses, but one theory that he had was he thinks that the way planets are formed is there's ejections from stars, and over time they coalesce and become planets, and this stuff in space becomes planets, and the distance they are from the stars, where it gets to a distance where it's in that Goldilocks zone where life can be established, and then he says planets become peopled because it gets to a certain time where people evolve from these planets. And he thinks this is like a natural thing that happens all over the universe, that these planets get peopled. And as they get further and further away from the star, the planet gets less and less habitable. And those things, those intelligent creatures on that planet become more and more intelligent and more innovative and more capable of surviving without the protection of the Goldilocks zone. And then they become interstellar. And then they develop like their own sustaining environments.
Do you think that's what's happening to us?
Well, I think that's probably what's going to happen to us.
So if we leave that orbit of
AI
safety,
is a part of that.
right? If we leave that orbit of safety,
yeah. Well, today Artemis, they're supposedly flying around the moon. So these are the first people that have gone into deep space since 1972. This is the Apollo missions.
well,
That's today. That's happening. Nobody knows it. That's what's nuts. This is taking, I think, 10 people. 4? Is it 10 days? How many days are they doing this? 10 days. 4 people, 10 days, and they're going around the moon and coming back to Earth. No one's done that since 1972, and it's happening today. No one cares. That's kind of weird, right?
Yeah,
That's kind of weird.
right. And you see, whatever that is, that's part of us that has really been doctored pretty heavily. The part of us that doesn't even find like a big fascination in that, like that's the part of myself that I want to find more of. You know,
It's very weird. It's very weird that we become dull to like fascinating things.
but also do we even some of it's like we don't even know if it's real. It's like so much of this shit you see these videos, like that's not even real. They just said like the Iranian protests or something, or like the happiness in the street. They were just saying that was not
different. It was a totally different thing that they were filming. And then there was one that people were saying was older, and then we found out no, it's not. It's actually those current people protesting in Iran that we were bombing them, and they were like in favor of the government. But then you got to know like, well, how many people are scared to death and they're doing that because they didn't want to get killed because the government has killed thousands and thousands of people, including like major public figures to show that no one has any favoritism. Like they killed this like championship wrestler, like incredible wrestler. They killed 2 different wrestlers that supposedly protested against the government. So who fucking knows?
Did you see that they don't know that there's conflicts of interest about, or no, did you see, sorry, I'm sorry, this is so wrong. Did you see that there is some issues about the bullet that killed that guy? Of Charlie Kirk? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that guy.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Let me clarify that, I think. And we'll find out that this is correct. But I see headlines and I see the way people are talking about it, and I don't know if it's accurate.
Yeah.
Because what I think is accurate is what they're saying is that from the fragments of the bullet, they were unable to determine that it came from that Mauser rifle.
I see.
My issue with it, and I'm no expert, but I have shot things. Like, I'm a hunter, I've shot things with rifles, I've shot a lot of rifles. The 30-06 is a big round. That's a big round. Show me an image.
Would it hurt if it hit you?
Experts debunk Tyler Robinson's ballistic claim. Unable to identify is not the same as ruled out, which is exactly what I'm saying. Right? So, show me an image of a 30-06 round, 30-06 rifle round. I want you to look at this. Look at the size of that fucker, okay? Look at a 30-06 versus a 308.
That's a fucking paperweight.
A 30-06 it's a big round. You see it in that guy's hand?
Yeah. Oh my God, are you serious?
That's 30-06. So that's
a fat little hand, though.
This is that's like my hand. This is the point. Is that that's a big round. That's not a small round. I mean, I don't know what is it compared to. I use a 300 Win Mag.
Look at that. Oh, look right there. He just had it. This cartridge.
5.56. Yeah. It's meant for war. 30-06 is meant for hunting. No, I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, that doesn't look realistic.
That's what a 30-06 looks like. Okay, in comparison to a quarter. So you look at it. So a quarter's about that high. It's about that big. That's a big round. That's a round for hunting like elk. Like it's a very common round. But see, do me a favor and compare 30-06 to 300 Win Mag. Compared to 300 Win Mag.
I'm just scared, dude.
So 300 Win Mag, I think, is fatter. Let's see the difference. Okay. There it is. 300 Win Mag on the left. Oh, 30-06 is bigger. Okay. Is that real? Which one's which, though? Show me that one far left. Far left, right there. Okay, 300 Win Mag and 30-06. So 300 Win Mag has a little bit more powder in it. See how it goes higher up? So it has more charge. It's a bigger round. But my point is, that's a big round. So like 300 Win Mag's a big round. 30-06 is slightly smaller, but it's still, that's a lot of powder in that bad boy. That's a lot of firepower. So this is what a lot of people have an issue with, is the wound. That there was no exit wound. It shot him in like the soft tissue of the neck. If it killed you, did you go out? Would you feel pain? I feel like he was dead almost instantly. I feel like he was was at the very least unconscious.
But he would have left his body, you're saying?
I think it would have blown a hole out the back. That's the thing. It's like 9mm do that sometimes. It just doesn't. It seems weird that it doesn't have an exit hole.
Yeah.
It seems weird that you're shooting him in the neck, and the image from the back. There's a video of him getting shot from the back. It doesn't leave an exit hole, so it doesn't look like it's that round. There's also the fact that this guy supposedly climbed on the roof with it and then assembled it, which doesn't make sense, because if you assemble it, that means you have to take the scope off, put the scope back on, you have to zero the rifle after you do stuff like that.
Yeah, the guy who had killed or allegedly killed Osama bin Laden. Was it Mike?
I know you're talking about the Navy SEAL.
Yeah, he was just talking about that. I only say allegedly because I don't know anything about that. I don't know the specifics, even though I read the freaking book he wrote. But yeah, he was saying that to be able to do all that and get off the roof, it all seems bizarre.
Not only that, they supposedly disconnected the rifle again, took it apart on the roof, put it in his backpack, jumped off with it, and then reassembled it and left it in the woods.
And allegedly it was at a Dairy Queen. You see that? You could shoot someone to go to Dairy Queen.
It seems weird. And then also his family's denying that he confessed.
Yeah.
They were saying that no, he didn't confess.
And we haven't heard.
His family said 2% of what they're saying about this is correct.
Have you reached out to them, or did they reach out to you?
No, well, I don't think they can. I mean, they're probably terrified about their son's future in life. Like, they're trying to pin this crime on him. Who knows if he did it or didn't do it? I'm not saying he did it, but I'm not saying he didn't do it. But I am saying that the story of him climbing up there with a disassembled gun, assembling it, making that shot, disassembling it again, climbing down. If that's the narrative, that sounds like straight horseshit. And the video of him hopping down does not look like he's a rifle when he's hopping down. So what's happening? How did he get up there? How did no one see it? There's so many things that are fucked up about that story. It doesn't totally make sense. But a big one to me is the actual bullet hole, the actual damage that rifle does. But here's another thing. Guns do weird things sometimes. Like, bullets do weird things. And sometimes they don't. Maybe it fucking center punched his spinal column and it did blow apart. And it didn't go out the back. It's possible.
Have they released any information about the autopsy?
I don't know.
You would think that
I don't know what the specifics are, but I know a lot of people are very skeptical, which they are about everything these days, which is also part of the problem.
Well, they have to be skeptical because the news is compromised, and the news is owned by, it's not good. And
it's also, there's a lot of disinformation out there. There's a lot of like covering up stories. There's a lot of weird shit.
And yes, and then even other places can put out news that's bad for us. That like, oh, we'll put this out there. Sure, because disguise is information.
Yeah.
But did you see the exploding mic theory? Did you guys talk about that?
I've heard that theory, but I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. I've heard people talk about it, but I haven't looked into it. It looks like he got shot. I don't know if the microphone's going to hit you in the neck. Like, how do you know where the mic's pointing? You're moving around a lot. How do you know when to make it go?
That's a good point. They had like on his shirt at a specific spot, but yeah, you're right. How would you know? But then the place
where it sounds like a gunshot, though, and there's a delay between the gunshot and the impact in terms of like acoustic readings. Like, and I think somebody did an analysis of the distance they believe the shot was taken from, based on the sound. If that is the round that they use 30-06, based on the sound of the gunshot going off and the amount of time before it impacts them. It's a very small amount of time, but it is measurable. And they think that it might have been actually a bit closer than what they're saying, which is, I think, 100 and something yards. I forget what the exact distance was. What was the exact distance supposed to be? I think it was like 140 yards or something like that. But the weird thing is, like, this whole idea of assembling and disassembling, it doesn't work like that, man.
And if the guy's not a professional, was he a professional?
No, he definitely wasn't a professional. But like, you could get trained. Like, shooting a rifle at 140 yards with a really good scope, if you've shot a bunch of times with a rifle and you can keep your shit together, is not that far of a shot. You can make that shot. Yeah, people can make their shot. He wasn't even wearing a bulletproof vest, even though he did obviously get hit in the neck. But the thing is, like, if that's the narrative, and I don't know if they're still sticking with the story, but that was what they were saying at first, that he disassembled it, reassembled it. Reassembling a gun does not make it accurate. You have to zero a rifle in, and what that involves you get to like whatever the yardage are that you're trying it out, like 100 yards, and you squeeze up a trigger, and then you look through the binoculars, or you have a spotter with a scope next to you, and he says 6 inches high right, and so then you adjust it, you adjust the scope, and then you get it where it's firing, and you do it on a rest. It takes a few shots, man. So you have a rest, so that you're not moving the rifle around where it can be human error can be attributed to the miss.
And you're on a hot roof. That was a hot roof, wasn't it?
Most official and media accounts put the shot at roughly 200 yards, with some investigative timelines suggesting a range of about 150 to 200 yards from curve. So somewhere between 150 and 200 yards.
Dude, and also being on a hot roof. Have you ever been on a hot roof?
I am.
Dude, it's hot.
Well, it wasn't that hot. Well, yeah, it was. It was September. September in Utah, actually not that hot.
It sounds hot.
Yeah, I don't think it was. Because this was happening while I was out elk hunting.
What town did it happen in?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It was in Utah, though.
I think it was in southern Utah, wasn't it?
Yeah, but Utah's a mountain. It's a mountain town.
Yeah, my brother lives in Utah. I don't like Utah.
Like I said, I was in Utah at the time.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I was hunting in the mountains.
Well, that's interesting.
I don't know nothing. I started getting all these text messages from people wanting me to comment on things I was really talking about. I literally didn't know what was going on. But I had to use the Starlink to get online.
Oh, wow.
I got a Starlink. It's like,
I like Starlink.
It's like the size of a fucking iPad. You lay it on the ground, you get high speed. It's incredible.
That's cool shit.
Yeah, but that's how I had to research it. Find out what the fuck people are talking about.
But did you see there was like the facility in Tennessee where they bought the whatever the mic thing was, allegedly that place thing got completely obliterated. 16 people died.
What? What?
Bring that
Where they made the microphones?
Where they made the lapel mic that he was wearing. This is probably a conspiracy thing or something.
There's TikTok.
This is a conspiracy theory and something that's absolutely true.
I haven't heard that one at all.
I think James Lee said,
but I'm trying to stay away from this shit. That's why I'm not. That's why I don't know.
I agree. I think I don't know. It's just
so. My point about the round is it's a large round, and it seems like it would have done more damage. And this is not my opinion. This is the opinion of many experts.
Yeah,
I agree with their opinion. It's not uniquely my opinion. I saw it, and I'm like, oh my god, he got shot. And then I heard it was 30-06, and I was like,
that's interesting.
It's a little odd.
If you had to get shot, what would you like to get? If you had to get shot,
you want to get killed, right? You don't want to get.
I don't. Shoot me with a 22.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I take a 22, but 22 kills people.
Where would you take it at?
Take it in the shoulder, I guess.
Fuck yeah.
Dude, you don't want to get shot, period.
I know, I agree, Joe, but I'm just saying, if you had to get shot, how do you because it
butt cheek, 22, and tighten up.
They're taking it in the butt cheek.
I don't know. Not good. But no, it's good. No bullet is good to take. But the point is that seemed like not enough damage for that kind of round. But I might be wrong. Again, I might be wrong in that bullets
okay if you're
weird
wrong.
Things. If it hit the spine and it blew apart, I just feel like you would find a lot of it in there.
I do.
Especially if there's no exit wound. But how come you can't find?
The whole thing's bizarre, dude. Did you see the part, Jamie, that I'm talking about where that thing blew up? Okay, understood. And there may not be one. Thank you. I'm sorry. Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, just like, I don't know. I think I'm just scared, and it's like, yeah, what do you...
I just 18 people unaccounted for after deadly explosion rocks Tennessee plant. First responders rushed to Accurate Energetic Systems. That sounds like a CIA operation. A facility on the line of Humphreys and Hickman counties that processes ammunition and explosives. But is this the place that made the microphones?
So the conspiracy says that the microphone was taken to this place to be converted into like an explosive.
Somebody got an invoice from it. That's what it was. That was the piece of information that was going around.
Found that. Is that James Lee found that?
Not sure.
See if you can find what James Lee has to say. He's my number one source of information.
That's what I heard, dude. I got some podcasts with him.
Did you?
I got to meet him, dude.
Is he cool?
He's a nice guy, bro. He's fun. Yeah, he's like, his story's wild because he was working as a consultant for one of the big pharmaceutical companies, like one of the big ones that we know, right? And you just couldn't say the name, but he could say it, but he never said it.
Right.
And then he was in a Zoom one time, and they're like, okay, we still have a lot of stockpile from the first vaccination. And that's when he said they started suggesting, allegedly, that people should then get a second vaccination because they had this first, they still had more of the original vaccine. So it was just like a thing, well, we have more of it, let's sell it back to him, and that's why.
And so he started getting very skeptical.
So he started really getting skeptical. He got out of it, and he said he just wants to, like, expose things that he feels like are not real.
Right.
Or true.
Dun, dun, dun. You got work?
I don't know.
You gotta wonder.
People thought Sean Ryan was cool.
Yeah, I've heard.
Remember? That was a thing with the now football.
Doesn't seem like it is.
Yeah.
Never step being clever. Dun, dun, dun.
I just want to be able to have like a family and just like think that everybody's gonna be able to live.
That would be nice. Yeah, that's the thing about ideologies and tribes. If it wasn't for ideologies and tribes, the idea is that we should all be able to live together. It's like, but the problem is it's not fair the way the world's distributed.
Yeah.
You know the statistic about the 1% of the world? $34,000. You make $34,000 US, you are in the 1% of the world.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I know, it's just tough.
So it's like,
now you have to pray. That's what I'm trying to do.
In order for us to get cheap jeans and an iPhone that only costs $1,000, somebody has to get paid squat. Somebody has to get fucked over. Somebody has to work long hours, live in those Foxconn factories where they have nets to keep people from jumping off the roof, you know?
Yeah.
Bro, you know when you're working in a place and there's so many people jumping off the roof, they just put nets up? You got a problem. That's not a fun work environment.
Hey, Rod's hitting the nets, guys.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
Rod.
hit the net again.
Yeah.
Dumb motherfucker. Why you keep jumping in the net?
Somebody comes back from a lunch break and they just have the net marks on their face and they're like, you tried it. It's just sad, man.
It's sad. I mean,
We're better than this.
Yeah, humans overall are better than this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So people that are not acting better than this are not, they're not, I mean, I know we all have mistakes. We all do things that are fucked up, right? But like at a point where you're like,
We should all be doing better.
taking lives, and it's not the regular people. It's like it's the governments, man.
100%. It is 100%. Because it was just people. We'd all figure out how to get along. Unless you feel that those people are the infidels, or those people are the Goyim, or those people are the Jews, or those people are the Arabs, or whatever you decide. The other. You decide to other a group of people. Yeah. Then it becomes a problem. Because it's us versus them. And then you're back to the same tribal bullshit that needs to turn us all trans. That's why we need to lose our gender, lose our primate dominant instincts, and all of our territorial instincts.
Well, I told you I was gonna be on my dick away.
We're going to be all telepathic with big old heads, little tiny mouths, because we're not going to use it anymore, because no one's going to have a dick to suck. And they would not time on a fire trash. No one's going to have a clit to lick. You're going to communicate with your mind, so your mouth's just going to atrophy. And you're going to get all your food through a suck hole. You're going to have just a straw to get all your food. You're going to figure out how to make perfect food. Where it's just like you don't have to go to a restaurant and eat chicken or have fish. No. Suck on a straw. Get all the nutrients you need. Just fucking sludge. And the sludge it feels like an orgasm. You take it, that's how you get people to do it. They take it, it lights all their synapses up. Like when you hit that fizzy, boy, first thing in the morning. Come on, man. Let's go. This is the first hit. Get that bitch, Ricky. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's that first one. Yeah, that tastes good. What's in that one? That's like a professional one.
It's called.
Oh, that's delicious. That's a professional one.
That's a trap. Yeah, this one is for outdoors. For outdoors people.
Outdoorsy. But it doesn't taste outdoorsy. It tastes like fake coffee.
Look at it.
Nope. I'm good. One hit's good. No. I know it's a slippery slope. I'll be pulling into the gas station to get an Escobar later.
Oh, Escobars, those are the ones. Remember, you were said you were hiding from yourself at night.
Yeah, I hide them by myself.
they get me.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll be ashamed, so I take a hit and I blow it into my shirt. Won't let anybody know.
What's your tie through the pistol? Right up the armpits.
That is when I wear a hoodie.
Just leave.
Put over the top, cover up like a monk.
But tell me, Joe, like, what are some things? Like, give me some, like, what are some things that we can do to keep us in a space of giving ourselves the best chance to feel human? Because one day you're going to go to a museum and there's going to be a smile in there.
Well, it has to happen on an individual basis, right? Everybody has to be human to each other on an individual basis. And sometimes it takes something chaotic, like a tragedy, like 9/11, for people to just be cool with each other. You know, I remember, I've talked about this before, but post 9/11, everyone was so connected. Everyone was smiling. People were letting you get on the highway. They're letting you get in their lane. They're waving. Everyone had an American flag on their car. We had been attacked. We were united. You know, and it's just sad that it takes something like that for people to realize that this is a gift to be alive in this incredible country, this incredible time in history. But we are under the rule of tyrants, you know, and I'm not saying this the U.S. government's tyrant, or I'm not no individual, but every government that is in control of the military, that is involved in these exchanges with other countries, they're run by tyrants. Someone's a tyrant. Whether it's Putin or this guy or that guy or whoever is in charge of Iran right now, they keep the people on the street from using the internet, they kill all the protesters. That's the problem. The problem is people in power. It's not people. Yeah. People generally are good, especially when they're not starving. When they're not starving and they're not desperate and they're not being attacked, most people generally are good. Yeah. Obviously, depending upon how you grew up, what you were exposed to when you were young, and what kind of horrors did you have to see? Were you in a war-torn country? You know, were you in a third world place where the cartels run everything?
Yeah. Did you see those kids in Gaza? What they had, like, they were playing doll, and they were like, it was like they loaded their doll up on a stretcher, like they were huge. It's fucking heartbreaking.
Bro, imagine just the trauma. If you lived in that place pre-October 7th, it was not fun even back then. It was an open-air prison by most accounts.
Because they were taking settlers' homes. They were just they'd come and knock at your home and then eventually just take it away.
Well, there's an attitude that a lot of Israelis have that it's all theirs. You know?
Here's an explanation. Tinfoil hat time, though. Just
dun dun dun. Exactly. Okay, this is a dude named Mike France.
It wasn't James Lee reporting.
Mike Franco's.
This is the same stuff I've seen on.
It says October 10, 2025, exactly 1 month after Kirk's death, a catastrophic explosion destroyed Building 602 at the Accurate Energetic Systems facility in McGeewin, Tennessee. The blast, estimated to involve 23,000 pounds of explosives, killed 16 employees, injured several others, and registered as a 1.6 magnitude seismic event. The U.S. Chemical Safety Board confirmed the site produced cast boosters and miniaturized shaped charges for military and industrial use. Conspiracy theorists allege that AES was the manufacturer of the miniature-shaped charge used in Charlie Kirk's assassination. They point to a $425,000 Department of Defense contract awarded to AES in May 2025 for extra small anti-personnel demolition charges, possibly used in covert operations. The timing of the explosion, just weeks after Charlie Kirk's death, has fueled speculation that it was a deliberate cover-up to destroy evidence and eliminate the personnel with knowledge of the technology. So there's the pager attacks, the Lebanon pager attacks. Here's my problem with that explanation, and I'm not saying that I'm right and they're wrong. My problem is I don't see that thing exploding. Yeah. So that microphone, I don't see it exploding. I don't see fire coming out of it. If you have a gun and the gun goes off 6 inches from someone's neck like that, you're going to see a charge. That's a great point. And if it's a small device without a barrel, something has to propel that energy, and that's an explosion. And if it explodes, you're going to see it explode, unless they've developed some sort of way of hiding that. That I don't know. But if they're talking about conventional gunpowder and what they use for bullet rounds, that doesn't seem to make sense to me. But I might be missing something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's actually a great point you said.
Yeah.
I agree.
Kind of seems like that thing would spark.
Yeah.
I mean, it's close to his neck. It's blowing his neck up. I mean, it seems odd that it can do that without fire. Doesn't make sense. But I might be missing something. There might be some new technology that I'm not aware of. Let's find out that. Is there any technology that exists where you could have a projectile come out of a small thing, like a microphone that's on someone's neck, and not have fire?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, there's also some stuff. Yeah, it should make your head hurt. But there's also probably some stuff that we're not hip to.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Right.
They come out with stuff all the time that we'll never see, probably.
Yeah, I mean, they have drones that look like bugs. They're like, what's that bug? But it's like a fucking drone, a little itty bitty drone.
You're just sitting there spraying rain on something that's watching y'all fuck or whatever. That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, it films. Christy Nolan's husband.
Oh, yeah, boy. He had them murphers on him, huh?
Did anybody explain what that was about? Was it really just like a Halloween costume or
That's what I
something?
thought it was, probably. But then there's some other ones where he's kind of lipstick. And he
But
actually
it could be he was fucking around for like a party or something like that.
He was giving Kevin Spacey in a lot of this. You can feel like Kevin Spacey come through in some of this photo.
But here's the question: Is that a costume he was wearing for funsies, or is this like a dress-up thing? This guy's a freak.
That's what I thought it was his costume.
It could be, because if it is a costume for funsies, and then somebody finds it on your laptop, like I gotta explain. We're just fucking around. I was doing Wanda from In Living Color.
Yeah. I ain't on the gossip, so you ain't heard it from me.
I mean,
was that Wanda? No, which one was Wanda?
I forget.
Dude, how great was that show?
Amazing show.
Did you love it?
Amazing show. Amazing show. One of the greats.
Dude, we would go in our neighborhood afterwards, and me, Larry, Eddie, Wayne, King, just guys off of my street. Dude, we'd go out there and impersonate all of them.
Carol, that show was groundbreaking. So it's really
hundreds of messages, blah, 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 and this was...
What do you mean, blah, blah, blah? I don't... Messages about what?
I don't know. So there's three models of women. There's three women, so hundreds of messages from Roy, sent by three women from his...
Oh, Christy Nolan's husband.
Yeah.
Didn't she just get let go or something?
Hundreds of messages. Trade selfies, a woman pledges to worship like a goddess, telling her you turn me into a girl. Before asking if he should put on leggings. Oh, okay, but is this real, right? Or is so the post is not confirmed? The details reported by the Mail. This is what Mail? The Daily Mail? Let me tell you something about the Daily Mail. They just made an article saying that I'm moving out of Austin.
Oh.
That I'm fed up with Austin, I'm moving out of Austin. That's not true. And that was published by the Daily Mail.
Right. And also, didn't Christy Nolan just go through something where she got let go? Or something. Is that right?
Yes. And not just let go, but involved in a scandal. So some sort of a money scandal.
Sometimes this kind of shit follows that. It's hard to know. But he also looks like, well, like who's that actor right there? He looks like a little bit.
Look at those boobs. Those are crazy.
Will Arnett or something? No, not Will Arnett.
He's got crazy fake boobs. Like, they're nuts. That's all it is? Yeah. So how do we know?
You got tricked easy, bro. Joe just got tricked, bro.
I don't think they're real. I mean, I thought they were like a fake one.
But you was thinking about him. Oh, shit, she's jumping in right there. Look at that shit. That's crazy to me, dude.
So, supposedly there's letters that you send to girls that you make me dress up like a girl. But look, again, isn't it crazy that she's involved in some sort of scandal that's about money?
And then this comes out.
I agree.
You have to start to notice that. And then here's the craziest part. At a certain point,
forget about him. Can you find out what she was let go for and what's involved in it? Because there was some sort of a campaign fund scandal or something that has to do something with money. A lot of money. Like millions and millions of dollars. And then all of a sudden this happens. You gotta get a little suspicious. In this day and age.
Oh yeah, it was the campaign commercials she got in trouble for because like they hired like someone she knew and they like she was riding a horse through the fucking.
Right, but there's something about the money being inappropriately spent.
It's like $100 million or something.
$100 million or $28 million. Well, let's not comment until we have the specifics.
Joe, do you think that things would be any different with America's relationship in the Middle East right now if the Republicans hadn't won the election, if Trump hadn't won, or do you think it's all the same?
It's a good question.
Do you think it's all the same, like Geppettos in the distance, like running the strings? And it's
well, the last administration funded the proxy war in Ukraine.
Right. And they
So 200 firm tied to Kristi Noem secretly got money from $220 million DHS ad contracts.
dude,
Okay.
for $220 million, you could put tits on my husband for $220 million. You know,
But you know what I'm
and
saying?
I'm not even a gay guy.
Right, but now they're painting her out to be a nutcase, right? Because her husband's a freak. So this sperm, not saying that he's not a freak, right? He might really be into dressing up like a girl. That might all be real. That might just let him make me put on leggings. He might have autogynephilia, right? So, but also that might be coming out because of this. And there's probably a bunch of people that got some money, and they're like, let's try to make this ugly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's scary, too, because it's like,
Who knows? I mean, we don't know anything about the case, right? We don't know anything about either case. The money missing or his fake tits.
yeah, I never had no fake tits. I mean, I've done some weird shit here.
Steve almost got a pair of fake tits.
Did he?
Tell us the story. I agree. But he's in that, constant perpetual state of having to one-up himself. Doing something more and more ridiculous every time.
What do you think is going to happen? Do you think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking stop it. What do you need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
That's crazy, though. You're the fucking terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror. And start there. But also, what do I know?
What do you?
You're right, I don't. But it's all just like, fuck, there's got to be some way that we're better than this.
This was found out by the story about Kristi Noem's husband was found out by like a newspaper online. That if they can find this out, then obviously hostile intelligence services, according to CIA officer Mark Polyamopoulos.
If a media organization finds this out, you can assume that hiding your confidence that a hostile intelligence service knows this as well, added former CIA officer Mark Polyamopoulos. Damaging information like this can be a tantalizing lead for a hostile intelligence source. They approach the person and say, if you work with us, we won't expose this. If you don't, we will.
So he's posting these online, and someone came across this.
Well, he might be a freak.
Who cares? Let him fucking cook.
Look, I think a lot of those people that are involved in government are freaks, and I bet their husbands and wives are freaks too. They're fucking weirdos. They want to be in power.
Yeah,
They want to wear leggings.
it's all crazy. We just have to focus on the things that we can. Like Matt McCusker, he started a garden. He has like 10 to the garden that you can have. You know, he grows blueberries and he grows
That's what they do.
he grew one blueberry.
During the congressional hearings, Kristi Noem was probed about accusations of conducting a taxpayer-funded affair with her former aide, Corey Lewandowski, who has since left the Department of Homeland Security.
Corey Lewandowski, dude? Dude, I was in a fucking fantasy football league with that guy.
For real?
Yes.
For real?
Republican, yeah.
No kidding. Let me see a photo of him.
Mother effer, dude.
She's pretty hot.
Silu, bro. Oh, this is a different dude.
Yeah, seems like a different dude. So that guy was the guy who
Silu ain't
was
shit.
banging her. Okay. Supposedly, allegedly. Who knows? But again, when there's a bunch of money that's missing, there's a scandal, hundreds of millions of dollars, weird shit starts getting tossed around. They throw you House of Cards, baby. Go rewatch it. I think that's probably the most accurate depiction of how the government works.
Yeah. Kevin Spacey's a fascinating guy.
Well, everybody in that show was great. It was just like a really well-made show.
Yeah. That show was fascinating. He did.
All right, Doc, we gotta wrap this up soon.
Dude, that's fine with me. I was staying here because you're here.
No, I love you too. Things I gotta do. Are you gonna be around tonight? Or are you going back?
I might stop by.
Busboys in theaters April 17th. So that's like 2 weeks from now. Let's fucking go. 2 weeks in a few days.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Thank you for coming to talk about
I'm
it.
excited for you.
And just to see you. Yeah, I'm excited too,
I
man.
hope it kills it.
Yeah, I just think
I'm sure it's gonna be really funny with you and David Spade.
we did a good job.
I'm sure.
Dude, he's so funny.
Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be awesome.
Thank you for everything, dude. And it's good to see you.
Always good to see you. Yeah, come by tonight. What time?
I'll come by. I have a show tonight, but I'll come by.
Where you at?
I'm at this movie theater. I'm practicing my special, so I gotta get ready.
What time are you at the movie?
7.
Okay. Then come by. We'll be there till I'm gonna be in. I'll be there for a while.
Okay, I'll come by and say yeah.
All right.
Good to see you. Jamie, thank you so much.
Bus Boys, April 17th. Go watch it. We love you guys.
Pretty fancy setup.
Not that fancy.
Pretty fancy. We did, Geddy Lee did his bass players are human thing. And I had done a similar thing with Norman Reedus. Norman Reedus drives across the country on his motorcycle, meets up with people. I did his thing. We kind of went on the boat, did a couple.
Right. It's the same as going, oh, the chicken wings are great. Yeah. Oh, you'll be surprised. You know what I mean? You can't have an assistant that looks like she says, wait, what?
Friends that laugh, friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Ooh, yeah. So show you use the love, just rebrand it enough. It's stronger, better, bigger power, 'cause it is the code now. It's the code now.
What up, dude? So listen, let's start right now. And I want to say, stop what you're doing, everyone. Click out of this and watch my new hour.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm kidding. But
Actually, go to your special, Christopher?
well, I did. You know what? I dropped the new hour. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't shoot it. So what happened was I did a tour, and I didn't shoot it because I was like, I'll shoot it. And then I just started with new material, and I just did a new hour. I'm like, I'm never gonna do that again. That old hour. Yeah, so you put it out. So I just put it out, dude. John Johnson.
Oh, dude, I love it. But before you watch Chris's, make sure you go to Tubi. I have a new TV show on there. Deerhead's Gone Wild.
I saw that.
So
I saw that. That's dope,
if it
man.
goes well, yeah, thanks. If it goes well, they'll order a bunch more. So go watch it right now, and then watch Chris's special.
Well, you kind of hijacked my thing. I think my new hour is on my YouTube, so go check that out. And then you can go check out Brendan's thing, okay?
Before that, let's go to AirGriffin.com.
Well, I don't know.
Talking about this for years. Mark ain't paying attention.
But I actually
I get it.
chilling, so I have a new,
What are you doing?
get Eric's face off of there.
Yeah, look at this. Finally, new website, everybody.
Oh, wait, I want to talk about this actually a little bit.
Go down. Look at everything, baby. Oh, yeah. Look at the tour dates on there. There's going to be more.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but,
He stepped his game up.
yeah.
Okay, I have a website too, okay? And you know,
Maybe overpaid.
probably. I wouldn't know. Chicago, I'll be there. Little Rock,
Oh, we got that.
Sacramento. Dude, I always forget about Sacramento. I'm going to be there. St. Louis, here we go. But go watch the B-side. It's called the B-side. Just put it on YouTube, the B-side. Here's the,
Why you call it the B-side?
so here's why. That's an interesting question.
Short story, though, yeah?
It's not your best joke.
No, that's not it. It's the B-side because I didn't produce it. You know, I just, it's raw, and I didn't edit it together like I usually do. I was like, I'm never gonna do it. I have the footage. I'm just gonna put it up. There were good performances, and the material is. I think I'm getting better and better, but the material is great. But I just put it out, so I call it the B-side because it seemed raw and like. And a lot of people are like, why the B-side? This is so good. I'm like, no, it's terrible, man. Yeah. No, it's good. No. Hey, terrible. It's not. It's the worst. No, it's not.
The first thing people are going to think. No, you're wrong. No, I'm not wrong.
Does
I
that?
thought that. Brandon thought that. Mark thought that. And the person that commented thought that.
Mark said that. Hey, come on now.
Mark, you're on my side.
No, I'm going to tell you why I think it's a good name.
No,
But not because of that. Okay. Because you go, what? And you click it.
Oh,
You know what?
No.
Lowering expectations. So then people think it's better.
No, I'm not.
I like that.
No, it's good. Anyway.
Yeah.
It hit the.
You see the Tubi Flex, because like Netflix raised prices again, and then like Tubi tweeted underneath, it was like, we're still free.
That's funny. I love when brands fight.
I know. I didn't realize how big Tubi is.
So you didn't.
When they brought it to me, I was kind of like, I guess that's where I'm at. They're like, no, dumbass. Tubi has a ton of subscribers. I had no clue.
Tubi's great. I actually like Tubi because
You can find some gems on there.
well, yes. However, doesn't it just have everything? I feel like Tubi just has fucking literally everything ever. But Tubi, what I like about Tubi is I'm like, it's kind of nice sometimes to see ad breaks because you get to like check out and go on your phone and like go get a snack. But yeah, I agree. You just get a break. But I just don't like when the break comes. That's true. There's no rhyme or reason. No, bro, it'll be like, this is it. You know? Yeah. And the reason why
Can't you pay to have ad free? Like, can't you pay to have ad free like YouTube Red?
Yeah. But the thing I like about YouTube is they go, you want ad free? Buy it. But you're gonna be able to see the same shit. Like they don't. It's not like there's like a premium. Like, oh, you can't see. Oh, right. Mission Impossible 7. Right. This would be premium. No, they're just like, if it's on TV, you can watch it. Yep. They ain't give a fuck, bro. You know, they got white chicks on there. Yeah, that's. Well, yeah, they got everything.
All is one of my faves.
What is that? Let's go to, where's your show on here?
Gearhead's Gone Wild.
Right, I watched it. It's awesome. It looks awesome.
Buddy.
Dude, it's like the same show that we were working on. It's just better. You guys did a great job.
Yeah. Thanks, bud. Yeah, we got some boys. They shot for Motor Trend and fully torqued.
Yeah,
They're good.
It's great.
They are good. The host sucks, but thank you.
Why didn't you tell us that you were doing this? Yeah. Why do we have to find out on Tubi? Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like it at all. I don't like it either. Four boys,
You
right?
know how it is, boys. You know
what they say. You never know what the
This
fuck.
happened quick. This happened quick.
Wow.
Like I shot
It's like you had 5 episodes filmed already. It's like it didn't happen that quick.
No, 4. I shot 2 in November, and then I was like, they asked me to do more. No, listen, I shot 2, and there's no home for it. There's no home for it. So I understand. Things over. And then literally a month before, like, yo, Tubi wants to buy 4 episodes. We need 2 more. So I shot them in a week. Literally the week before it came out, I knocked out 2 episodes. And then they're like, yeah, so this is just a test trial. So, I don't talk about it and stuff.
Yeah, you never know. Right, yeah, I get it. But who comes to you, I don't even know if you can talk about this, but who comes to you and says, Tim wants to buy?
My agent did, because they were, Tubi's looking for original content. Because we were planning to shoot, like, I don't know, like small episodes for YouTube.
Yeah.
And then my partner Steven, who's from Fully Torqued, was like, yo, listen, I can't dedicate a ton of time to this and take away from everything else I'm doing unless we start making money. Like, I can't restart a YouTube, channel, do all that shit, because that takes a hot second. They said, no, I get it. And then my agent was like, shopped it to Tubi. They won't buy it. So I'm like, good. Your boy's back in.
Nice. Oh, good.
That's it.
Great.
You know how it goes, boys.
Being on Tubi is like the dark horse. Well, you can be able to Yeah, but Tubi is like, I think Tubi's kind of coming around because Tubi used to make fun of Tubi too much. And now it's flipped.
When I met with the market team, and I was like, a lot of people have Tubi. They're like, we're number 2 behind Netflix. We have 300 million subscribers, you fucking idiot.
Wow, you never know. I'm Tubi number 3. That's YouTube number 4. Well, okay. Yeah,
all right.
I'm just saying YouTube's number 1, and it's not even close.
They don't have TV shows, though. They don't really have.
They used to. Did they have Red Tube? Whatever they would know.
They use YouTube Red. Right.
Whatever happened with that? It's because this is free.
They don't need to do it.
So then when you start going like, it would be like if Instagram started charging $20 a month even just to use it, people would be like, I'm out. Right. That's fine. It's like YouTube is like, they're like, but they had some good stuff. Yeah. There was this like thing, but you can watch it anytime.
It just never got picked. It just never got picked up. It never started getting momentum. I haven't seen you boys. We've been in there since the live show.
Oh yeah.
Dude, my mom. I got on stage. My mom goes. She just got out of surgery for her cancer. She's cancer free now. And before she goes to surgery, thank you, sir. Thank you. Dude, before she goes into surgery, I was on stage, so I didn't have my phone. She goes, hey, my only request is give me a live show. This is her favorite show. And of everything I do, she can give a fuck back. Your head's gone wild. Finding a kid, shop show. I mean, she's a fan, but she doesn't watch any of it except for this. She loves Chris and Eric, specifically Eric. She loves Eric. She thinks he's good for me. Yeah, she thinks he's good for me. So my mom, before she goes in for cancer, surgery goes, hey, all I'm asking for is a shout out during the live show. It's my favorite show. I didn't get to after. So, Mama, this is your shout out.
Oh, that's cute as fuck. By the way, shout out. No. You didn't shout it out. I'm going to fucking sing a goddamn song for you. So we're happy for you that you have, that the surgery went well on the show. And thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for birthing this.
Yep.
And by the way, let's talk about this. Shop's dead. Yeah.
That's a deal.
Yeah.
That's a deal.
Yeah.
And you start doing this, Eric. You start doing this to him, dude. Like,
Yeah, that was crazy. That was hilarious. It was very funny. That's all out of context. Yeah, no,
you
out of
didn't know
context.
he's my dad either. You didn't know he's my dad. Like, look at this guy. Like, oh shit. Please don't say that. That's my dad. That's my dad.
It's weird to see your friend's family. You go like, you're all fucking them, but different. You know, it is weird. Like when you look at the other lifelines, my brother is like, yeah, that's a bizarro Chris. You know, it's just weird.
At first, like your dad, I was just like,
Yeah.
But then sometimes, after you see like 2 or 3 people in the family, you go,
Yeah, I get what you're. I get what you're fucking with.
But then I see your mom, I'm like, what?
So yeah, you want to see something? You want to hear something funny? I think you like this, but so my uncles all came out, and my dad and my uncles were all hanging out. One of my cousins, my uncle's son came out with them, and Calvin, doesn't really probably remember them. He met them like 3 years ago. He's 6 now, but he's 6. Yeah, he just turned 6. Bro, I know.
What's happening?
And so he's got a 10-year-old.
I know.
It's
Unbelievable.
But Calvin calls my dad, his grandpa, Pop Pop. That's his name, right? For him. So we went over to the house and we hung out with the uncles and all that stuff. Then we drove home. And out of nowhere, Calvin just said, it's like we have 5 Pop Pops. Because of how much they're. Yeah. And I was like, oh my God, that's so funny. It is. Like, they're just different versions of him. And then they were coming over, and then later on he's like, are the Pop Pops coming over? Like, it's a band. But that was so cute, I thought. But yeah,
does Calvin always want to stay the night? My son's always asking for everyone to stay the night.
That's hilarious. That's really funny. That's
Yeah,
funny.
how do you even explain how
That's cute.
it's like you almost have to like that? You know what that one is? That's one you keep in your mental Rolodex to when they get older, they understand, and you can go. You used to want me when it's good tonight.
It was that stupid humor. That's
I got so many things in my head. I can't wait to see it.
Oh, bro, and it's uncomfortable too. Like Tiger's team won the championship the past 2 weekends. And the coach was there, so he's like talking to Tiger. Yeah, he's like, I'm so proud of you, man. You're great. He turns around like, Dad, can you stay the night? I'm like, buddy, that's a grown man.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He's not sleeping in your fort tonight.
Yeah.
All right, I have something to bring up.
Okay.
All right. You have a nanny.
Yeah.
Okay. Brandon, you don't have a nanny because you have a Mexican wife. So
Yeah, correct. No,
they don't do that shit.
no.
You have a babysitter, right? 20. Okay. So she was dressed a certain way one day.
Well, hold on. Before you go on, scale 1 to 10. You're walking down the street.
We can't do that. It's just babysitter.
Yes, we are. I need some context. Eric, just tell me this. Is she a warlock?
No, we can't even do that, bro.
Now for them. But here's the thing.
Hey, not a warlock? Got it.
So here's the thing. First problem, it's not a problem, but Wolf doesn't call her name. Like, so she has, I'm not going to say her name, of course. But then
He calls her the help.
no, he calls her, by the way, like, let's say your name's Chris, and a kid called you Cece.
Yeah.
Okay. You would get Chris.
Yeah.
Wolf calls her Fifi
For no reason.
for no reason.
Amazing. Okay, that's great. He just looked there. He goes like,
Takashi 69.
He totally did that. He totally was like, no, Fifi.
Yeah.
So now we're like, I said to Rachel, Fifi?
Yeah.
Where'd you get that from? It's like, okay, so now we just go, we even say, so-and-so's coming today, and he's like,
That's so funny. Okay, yeah.
Right, so Fifi, yeah, she's athletic, you know, she's weird, athletic, sure, short, yeah. You know what I mean? So I just, Rachel and I are laughing about it.
What do you mean, together by yourself?
Yeah. Okay. She's not there. Rachel, you know, Rachel's like, yeah. So we were laughing about it, but then the next thing I know, Rachel says, yeah, so I asked the AI how to tell her to dress appropriately.
What a thing to ask AI.
And I just thought it was so funny. Well, no, because in Rachel, I think it's because like they're sneaky like this. We're joking.
Yeah.
When we left the joking conversation, obviously she was like, huh.
Well, right, yeah.
Huh. I don't know if I would.
Right.
Fifi, you know.
Yeah. Well, is it more because of you or more because of the kid? Who knows?
I'll answer. It's Eric.
Well, no, I
listen. I am fully aware. Like when you're, I just being a comic and like everything that's happened in the world, society, and everything. Like immediately, it's like I saw her and immediately I was like, okay. You know, I was like, good morning.
another clue. She's not a warlock.
Good morning. Yes.
She's definitely not a warlock. Because if she
You know what I mean?
had no ass, no one would care what the fuck she's wearing. If she was in chain up and had the sweater puppies at the front, nobody cared.
We knew. I can already tell by your hey. That's where I was going.
Hey. But the thing was, I just thought it was cute. Like,
Yeah.
you know, one thing, you know, you're in a great relationship when something that your wife doesn't like, okay, or something that like before when you were like just dating, or if she was like super insecure and whatever, then it turn a mountain into a molehill, right?
Oh.
And this is like the kind of thing where she's like, you know, she's like, you know, I don't want that around my husband type of vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think
And I laughed at it because I was like, I would never. Like, this is not.
Yeah, of course. But
You know what I mean? You think of like the.
Arnold said the same thing. Arnold said the same thing.
Yeah, and then he said,
I'm coming.
Yeah, but
Come on, do it. Come on,
Arnold's
son.
like Arnold. You know, like,
yeah, true.
I feel like at that time, I think a person in that situation, you're Arnold Schwarzenegger, you're like,
In the 80s.
In the 80s?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're lying, though.
I'm real.
I'm the one in my house. It's mine.
But she was so busted. His wife thought she was, okay, because she was busted. He was like,
Yeah.
someone has to take care of this thing.
He was fucking
Someone has to take care of this thing.
mine. Anything that's mine, they have to come up.
Yeah.
Yeah. The VCR is mine.
No, but I guarantee you his wife, the thing that she hated the most about that situation wasn't even that he cheated, but that
It's the kid.
that she looked like that.
Right. It's just like, come on, dude.
No, I'm gonna get the cake in a second.
You don't even have standards.
Yeah. It's like you got punched up.
There's that, but also the kids looks so much more like Arnold than any of his other kids, and he has his genetics. He's jacked and handsome.
The other kid is like
the maid kid.
It's small.
You know what it is?
It's like small.
It's like if Brendan and I had the same dad. You know what I mean?
I told you Callan one time when I first met Callan. I
still want to do Arnold Schwarzenegger bits.
Come on, do it.
I still want to do Arnold Schwarzenegger bits. Okay, but like, that could have been 20 minutes.
Come on, kill me.
Do the I want to get back, just so you know, do the Brian Kelly, but I want to get back to Arnold Schwarzenegger fucking everything in his house because they're getting his hits. Now go ahead, because I'm going to count thing. But then we're going to be like, the coffee, give me the cup. You know what I mean? Like, the air fryer. Get the fridge out.
Come on, do it.
So, but I want to hear the Brian Kelly thing, but just.
Yeah, you guys all know Callan. He was living in Brentwood at the time. Gorgeous. Yeah. And he goes, I get to his house, I was going to pick him up. He goes, you got to come in, my new nanny's in. And I walk in, and when I say a 10, she's a bona fide fucking 10. I look at him. So what do you mean I go? You can't. You gotta. You can't. We can't do this.
Well, what are you doing? Yeah. What I don't get
They
is
literally let her go the next day. The next day, they're like, "This is
really.
work. My ass."
So how did they do that? First of all, she ain't gonna do the job right. Remember that girl that Kanye was his assistant? And I was like, what assistant work is this chick doing? Oh, right. Are you an assistant? Assistant to my balls? I'm just saying, you want your assistant. Listen. She's my unloading assistant. When my balls get heavy, she comes into play. You want your assistant to be like the go-getter. Yeah. It's like, give me the right flight. You know, if the big titty 10 can do all that, yeah. Then I'm like, because then I can say this. No, she's great. Right. It's the same as going, oh, the chicken wings are great. Yeah. Oh, you'll be surprised. You know what I mean? You can't have an assistant that looks like she says, wait, what? If we don't have a reservation, sir. Are you sure? Wait. I used the app. So, like, again, yes, there's beautiful timepieces out there that are like go-getters and do their thing. What I'm saying is like, then you're just like, yeah, that's just a bonus. Right. But yeah, well, also in this day and age, nanny isn't really the one you want to have to be having the looks, you know, or it's fine if they're nice looking, but dress appropriate, you know, like you know, I don't want some nanny being like, yeah, I'll take a wolf out to the pool and I'm gonna swim with him, and then she comes out in a two-piece. Oh yeah, it's crazy. But you're just like crazy. I just, you know what? In my mind, I'm always like, I always think of Rachel, right? So it's just like, that's movie stuff, you know? Or there are people like that. Look at the housemaid. Yeah. But that makes sense because of the story. Yeah. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying though is like, you're like, what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if I see another person's situation and I look out and I'm at the house, I look at their pool and there's like a 22-year-old in a bikini, I'm looking like, who's that? You know? Yeah. Who's that? And they're like, oh, that's the nanny. And she's like, I'm like, yeah. And like if Rachel wasn't there, I would just be laughing my ass off. I'd be like, no way. Even if you're like, that's why anytime, what if you come over with we've hired help. Anytime we've hired help, they look like the fucking Danny DeVito. Batman Returns. They are idiots. Nice. They just go back. You walk in. Sure. Walk in. You and Chris walk in. It's good. You walk in and there's like a 22-year-old bikini outside with the kids. This is how we would see. We would be looking, and then Rachel, Merry Christmas, they would look like this. Yeah. You know what I'm trying to say? Well, to be honest, in the unspoken communication you would have is like, they wouldn't even have to do that. They would connect already, neurally. With that face. Yeah, right. And you hear it in your head too. You know, she's just looking like this, but in your head, you're like, yeah. That guy, his sister. She's in the bathroom peeing, and I go with her. Yeah. I understand. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I mean, hey, listen, maybe that's like, you know, whatever. You know, I don't know how to feel about it. There's a difference between having a nanny or babysitter that's a good-looking person than if they know they're a good-looking person and they're activating it. Chris, so real, so real. But yeah, no, no. That's really what we're talking about, right? Because honestly, my nanny is an attractive person, but she tries, you know. No. What you just said is like, if there's a nuance to that, that's what we're talking about. Like, don't act like
I don't know, boys. I don't know, because my dick's activated.
I understand.
You know,
That's
my
your
wiener's
problem.
activated.
I understand. However, and that's what we're in the wrong. No, you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah. That's what we're in the wrong. For sure. You don't want to. This is a joint effort. Like, you're still in the wrong, but it's like, hey, don't bring the cookies over and go like this. Yeah. Don't make me smell them. Yeah. Don't be wafting the cookies over. Oh, it's gonna be a joint effort. Like, you see, when she walks down in a fucking outfit, yeah, you're just like, no, but I get what you're and now. Oh, so this ain't gonna be entire. Like, you gonna take some blame, but. Hey, you know what this is like? It's like, you pull up to a thing and then, like, your friend jumps out, goes to the liquor store, and you just chilling. You look up, he's driving the place. He's like, drive. And you're like, what happened? I didn't even. Oh, this ain't gonna be as good. Dude, that's hilarious, bro. So that's what that is. But it's like it's the activation. And if you don't know what we're talking about, go F yourself. Yeah. Because you know exactly what everyone on Earth in history knows what we're talking about. You activate the PD. Yeah. and listen, by the way, we still are in the wrong. Oh, yeah. But you out there activating. Yeah, dog. Yeah, come on. How it's like the guy, it's like the guy fucking, you got four guys carrying the couch, one guy's fake lifting it. Yeah, this motherfucker. How about? That's exactly what it is. It's so that's all it. Anyways, all right, good subject.
At Marathon gas stations, every stop is the start of fun. Like the awesome fuel savings you can get with Marathon Rewards. Join Marathon Rewards today. Start earning rewards on every gallon of gas. You can redeem rewards at any time, saving up to $1 per gallon. And don't forget, Marathon stations are packed with all the conveniences you need to stock up and live life on the go. Marathon, where fun runs on full. Available at participating Marathon locations. Terms and conditions apply. See marathonrewards.com for details.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. Swear.
A lot of that.
This is free. This is free. This is with movies like Interstellar, Dreamgirls, and Gladiator. And TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
It's have you ever ordered anything from Temu? I haven't now. Okay, but Brendan, Temu, don't ever do it. All right. I got the cash.
Chinese, right?
See how big this is right here? See how big this is? So I ordered a
Bro, this is like the thing with Temu.
Yeah.
This is the thing with Temu.
All right, the size. I should have brought the thing with me. Oh. So in the picture, the person's holding a circular flight. It's signed as like a circle. Yeah. Person's holding a circle. Oh, I want that. Yeah. So I'm getting the rip. The thing that showed up. It's like this.
That's the size. I said, are you kidding me? That's why. What is Temu? It's a size thing with you. Chris had ordered a couch and he was a fucking.
Yeah. It's crazy. So this is the thing too, though. So you know how Amazon does this now? When you order something, they take a picture of the order in front of your door, whatever. Okay. Rachel goes, I ordered some SD cards. She goes, they sort of like in the driveway, in the middle of the driveway. And I go, well, that's strange. I said, maybe it was windy. Right, sure. Yeah. So a little package, maybe I came over, put it in your driveway, hoping you run over it. I look at this, it's already on. I'm just a screenshot of the picture. The picture is in the middle of the driveway. What? The guy took, I guess the guy opened the window, he threw the shit out, and he took a picture.
Wow.
I mean,
That's wild. Yeah.
it's wild.
Yeah, that is wild, especially because it's electronics.
They just threw the shit. I'm like, are you kidding?
Well, he didn't even know what it is.
Right, exactly.
No, it could be eggs.
It could be, he was just furious. He did drive up this,
Yeah.
all of them. You know, I'm just like, I can't stand when people don't take their job serious. They don't have that job. They don't have that job.
On my tombstone.
You know?
If you didn't take your job serious, don't be fucking remembering me. Here, leave. That's gonna be on my so, dude, I totally understand. I understand that everybody doesn't have their dream job.
Of course.
But my gosh.
But don't take that out on the job.
Yeah.
Go home and beat your wife. You know what I'm saying? But deliver my shit. Bitch. Listen, don't be your wife. But I'm just saying, keep that shit for yourself. You know, like it's like so they go. You signed up for a job you don't want. Now on the job, you gonna make it worse.
Right.
Like, Eric, did you read any of the comments?
Oh, I already got the read. Let me tell you how bad it is for Timu. Before I went to the border.
You know he fucking retaliated.
This motherfucker's
Boys in the hood.
I drove by people like this.
He shot one. They shot one of his homies.
I drove by people. They already said before I went to it, and it said, "Hey, we're refunding you this without you returning because the description's not right on the thing." I said, "Oh, so you already been having issues with this?" So I said, "100%." Because then I opened up the things. None of them worked.
All these SD cards?
Yeah, none of them worked.
You get what you pay for.
Get what you pay for. 1,000%.
But you got that on Amazon?
No, from T-Mobile.
The SD cards were given.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Oh,
Nicer, buy it twice. My mama said, buy it nice, buy it twice.
no, that's true. Rings is a good one.
Yeah. So that was my situation.
Wow, let me actually go. Eric brings very good topics in.
The best. Yeah, he's the best. Yeah.
Well, I just think of things.
If we could just
You're gonna say
plug in a fighter and a kid, that'd be great.
Oh, by the way, both of y'all, let's talk about the live for a second. Okay. So the live. Okay, so you don't know what it is.
Before you go on, favorite part was that dude Austin going, "You guys are just gonna freestyle it? I'm worried for you guys." I went, "Oh, buddy."
Wait, who said this? I was like, Chin was fucking saying this.
No, Jim didn't say that. Austin said that. Austin Awake. The guy.
Oh, it's Austin's cool, yeah.
He's like, "Man, I believe you guys."
You know who should have been freestyling up there?
No.
Chin and Lil Brown.
No, they were good. Just team 9 them.
No. Here's here. So two issues I have going down with answers so you know this. One issue, if you watch the Patreon, you'll know Chris got shitty. Okay? About what? No, you were supposed to go to dinner. Oh, right. And then you just disappeared. And I literally got shitty. Yeah, you got shitty. You did. And I'm on my phone, I'm like, well, and I say, you napping? And then I watched later, you're like, just look at it. And you again. That's on the Patreon. Okay? But you know who never hit us up? Oh, yeah. You know who never even was like, hey, guys. Yeah. Probably not going to make it. Yeah. Rogan's taking us to some secret, we're going to hunt people. Yeah. And then do jujitsu. Now I have. You know who never hit us up? I'm going to let him go. I want to say something, though. No, go ahead. I understand. It's just like the natty thing. This is a joint effort, okay? Because you should have known that he was not going to do that because he had a fucking full day. Listen, I realized this. I realized it when I was texting with you. I realized that I was like, he's with Rogan and Joey, and he's not coming to dinner with us. But you should have just not even. Yeah, when the fucking he's like, we're going to dinner. I'm like, this, you're just asking a lot, dude. No. Yeah. Chris is right. Still could have responded. You could have just said, come on, guys. You could have said something. But he was walking down the stairs in fucking booty shorts, right, and a bikini top, saying like, let's bring the kids in the pool. This is what you was doing. It was a joy effort. You know what? I realized that also dad's in town, and Tiger had 2 full days. Take anything into account. No, I didn't take it into account then because you know what I took into account? I was excited because we haven't been together in a while. I know. And then the live went so well. Oh, we got his pussy wet, dude. The live went so well. I was like, oh, we're gonna keep hanging out. Oh man, I know. Brendan treated us like work. Was so good. He got this stripper's number, bro. Yeah, he treated us like work. The stripper's number. But it was dope hanging out at the fucking in the green room. We had a good time. Chris had to work. That's all I need. We had a great time. Eric just wants to keep the party. Yes. Yep. Just appreciate what we had. By the way, that would have been fun. Friends like this, man. That would have been fun. I would have loved it. Would you? Me too. Yeah, but also I loved what happened. And I'm really grateful for what things are. And Eric isn't happy. He wants more. Eric wants more. He's just, we can't please him. I'm carrying the couch by myself now. These two are just, Brendan's on his phone. And Chris is doing Arnold impersonation. Yeah, I still want to get back to that. The dome in the driveway. The store. He's mine. Bring him inside. I'll fuck him. So, new cats? Awesome. They're mine. You can tell because I got to fuck them. And they're going to be cum dripping out of that cow. Mine. How many cats? It doesn't matter. Get 12 cats. There'll be 12 cats with cum in them. Mine. A dozen cummy cats. Oh shit, just like a dozen cummy cats. Yes. A dozen cats with cum in them. A dozen. I don't care what you bring in my house. Bring in whatever. Dude, are you inviting guests? I'll fuck them. If a fly gets in, I'll chase it and come on it. I'll wait till it gets to the window, and I'll fucking wait till I'm jerking. I'm jerking, and then I'll run over to the window and just spray them with my car. It's mine. The fly will be too heavy to fly away. I'll open the window, it'll be on the ground. It will look like this fucking... We've got the land of like Spider-Man. Go get water. You just see me walk in front of the camera, then I come back and it's like, I see, oh no, I see a good friend of 20 years coming over. Oh no, the relationship is going to change. We're going to have a falling out. She's mine. Look, so see how it's turning into a Hitler. It's turning into a Hitler impression. Slowly turn to Hitler as you keep going.
So, anyway,
Hey, Chin got a new whip. I'm staring at it right now. Chin got a new whip. You know, the Cybertruck.
Eric, what did you get? Oh, you got a Cybertruck?
Chin got a Cybertruck. Wow. Eric goes, what? What'd you get, Eric?
I got a Lucid Gravity. It actually looks cool. I want to make fun of it, but it's electric, you know, so we don't have to feel.
Rabbi,
What up, big dog?
Rabbi,
Bring up
What up, big dog?
Gravity, Chin. Which one is that?
where should I invest my $4 in the stock with?
Because you have the car before.
Generally, you can't buy a stock with $4.
Why?
It's basically a station wagon, though.
You're asking why you can't.
It's not a van. Not a van.
You're asking why you can't invest $4. I mean, maybe you
Yeah.
can't. Usually, you need to create an account, and they've got like fees and stuff. So maybe you just buy cryptocurrency.
How do I buy crypto?
Get a wallet. A popular one is Rabbi wallet. Another one is MetaMask. Another one is Uniswap.
So, can I invest money in you?
I don't want your money, big dog.
What? How do I know if something is worthwhile?
What'd you say?
How do I know if something is worthwhile?
You
In
don't.
investing.
You don't. Everything's a risk.
Because I heard that the RAM prices are going to go down because of Google found a way to reduce it.
There was only one time I went into that mode because I was driving peacefully down. Look, there's Eric. There's no car. Actually, my car looks like there's Eric. There's no car. I was driving down the street, and then this like Tesla was like actively trying to be like, get out of the way. I'm fast. That happened to me today.
There isn't a guarantee, my man.
result of just giving many kindness throughout the Zohar just to get a discount. Kamash more, I will say, that what is Kamash more? Kamash more, I mean, maybe he's doing that, maybe he's not doing that. I don't know what is. If he says that on his own, he can't get involved in such a transaction. That's the bottom line. Okay? So why the Rashi? The Rashi is the Rashi. Right? In terms of the letter text law, I mean, to us it's very interesting. What happens if Sokrat is in the marketplace and he's asking who has whether it's a rooster missing a finger claw, right? Who has rooster missing something? So now it's a fellow. Timer will double check. So what says, let's say I don't have an everything rooster, but what I do have is a perfectly whole, healthy white rooster. Right? And I want to sell this white rooster. What's the shaka? We have $60. Maybe I can sell the white rooster as well. Oh, it's not $600. So maybe this is only right. He's playing a trick. Right? He was the positions are not going to sell white roosters. So what does he do? He pretends like he doesn't care what kind of rooster it is, knowing full well that the vendors probably have white roosters, and if they don't get white rooster, it's kind of to run out actually if you want to say that the whole thing is trying to get a white rooster, because it's kind of a level so what's the following case? Let's say that the aqua comes and the aqua says, I want you to buy a white rooster. Now what happens? I say, I want a white rooster, I'll sell you a black rooster. And he buys me one white rooster. They would sell me a white rooster. Why? So the Gemara says, here, so on one hand, since he bought the white rooster and the black rooster, obviously he's not using the roosters for a black service. Whoever selling him the white one is not that one. Also, the moving from a I think that really perfect is roots. Otherwise, the aqua is a small man, so he knows he needs to get the white rooster. He's not going to get the white rooster straight out, so maybe he's just pretending like he doesn't care. Ultimately, it's only to get the white rooster, to which the Gemara says, okay, so Rabbi says he's writing a question. Question. That made our owner ask that now he's George says it's good. It's good called that delta. What is this? Gemara says, I'm going to read this letter I think. Maybe this is incredible. Maybe that I'm going to still fucking happen. David B'nei here you have it. So if the Torah, the Anavidim also have the second Salon Zara. What's the second Salon Zara? So what's like the Anavidim also have the numbers in every yeah, all the Zara realities of this time. This Anavidim was the second Salon Zara was 400 fucking 400 fucking so you guys says that's under how many ships are down below Yavidim, whereas our second Salon Zara there's only 5 chapters and you have to be struggling. So as I said, obviously interesting enough, the fact that I know this Saxon was 400 chapters indicates that first of all, this was halachos, like without halachos, they again they don't know how to navigate the theological complexities of the spiritual landscape of this time. So 400 fucking so what's this interesting that we just point out how beautiful is this? Where it says, how many times the second Zara, we had the second Zara. One of the most beautiful things also here from the book of Rothschild here, right at the Zara Valley, is just the idea that our fathers, our grandfathers, our great grandfathers, everyone saw the same page, the same words. This is so beautiful to know is the power of Torah in general. Torah links to the entire historical continuity and the future continuity of Klal Yisrael. Grandchildren look at the same block Gemara. My grandchildren will see the same Bible. That is great angel. generation have to still ultimately like pursue the things that we put our efforts into or we spend our time with, and they may endure or they may not. One thing is clear, when it comes to investments in capitalism, yes, that will last, it will, but it has lasted up until this day, and if you look at maps, it's lasted. Right? How is that what is it? You got people like, how come we were both sad or was I good? Is that what is I don't know how many I'm watching that is high school, right? Like with the chapters. Or chapters like this in the shelf, right? But a nice person like somebody with a business sense and desire, the power lies in those records for the open sense of like creativity and tool and appetite. It's so many things that in our life we spend our time on are fleeting. In reality, are generally uncounted. The total we have is absolutely incredible. So you know, it says, in general, you can't sell also anything that is attached to the ground. And I'll say that we'll get to this in just a couple of days. But you're not allowed to sell on the ground. You can't sell on land. Now, again, we're going to discuss this clearly very but again, so it's never able to sell the published good end, right? Because at the end of the day, some countries attached to the earth. So there's a country that good country, bad country. So you guys just know that like that mentor. So what is that mentor? Tell us that mentor. It ultimately refers to the fruits of a country. The name of a well, here is that mentor. Okay, what's the name of the rest of this? You can't say it again. These will all have value. Forever, forever. This is Kazakh. What's a Kazakh cash bar? Right? Kazakh is a cash bar. Rashi says over here, mint words, type of mint. Big loss. What's a big loss? Guess what? Followed by also right. Right? Okay? Rashi says here, big chaos. Another type of food. Only a high one. It's not big loss. I got Jewish stuff. So again, so maybe he said, here's a blessing. You don't know what big blessing is. The hot moment for like this is the type of food. The low like you don't have on this thing. So Amalek is also so again, here's the issue. It's not like variety helps us all that much more than what Nicholas is. Okay, so what's Nicholas is variety. What's variety is Nicholas. What do they both mean? Have variety. But the question is how exactly do these alternate definitions of what mean? To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why. My understanding, Amalek, I can eat the food if he has this hustle. Over Nicholas, Yati, over variety, Yati, all those things I'll tell you why it does help. It helps against it because if you go to Israel and you say Nicholas, you might not know what it means, but they'll tell you variety, and ultimately you'll be able to point out to you what it is. So apparently, again, Nicholas was the more unclever name, variety was the more clever name. So although for us it might not be itself, when you go to Israel and you say variety, you'll be able to point you in the direction of what it is that variety is. Those are schwer, was that in one place, schwer ist das, schwer ist das, also Minion 650 scoring last week we have Shiva Open that is 650 and 311 road. What do you guys agree with your position?
Today with a Tesla. And I went like this. Oh, wow. Nice, bro. That's cool. I like that. That was today.
It is transgender month, so I'm sure electric sales are up.
Wow, dude. Fucking smashed. To infinity. He smashed it to infinity. But
Here's $6 a gallon. I don't care.
oh, dude, 6. We're lucky if it's 6.
Fellers. In Texas, it's 4.
Yeah, well, but that's still high. That's still high. But yeah.
That's high for us. Like, people are mad about it. Usually 3.
But that's how it is everywhere in the country, though. Yeah, that's always been like that. If it was like $3 here, we were like, God damn, $3. You go out of town, you're in like someplace. Yeah. $1.50.
No, I know. Yeah, like they pay you for gas. Yeah. But anyway, Arnold bit still got ideas, but we'll move on. Yeah, he got a new car, so congratulations, dude. You say that. You say congratulations for that.
I don't know why.
I don't know. It's a big purchase. It's a big, yeah, true.
It should be no congratulations. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry you have to make this payment.
Right. That's what new car, new house. Congratulations. I was like, house. I feel, but yeah, you didn't build it. Yeah, I don't know. House makes kind of sense.
House
to get it at home.
Yes. Move in, you're starting to.
House is a beast. Yeah, house is a beast.
But a car is just like, what are you doing? Why'd you get
Car's a big deal, though. Especially if it's a new car. You know, a car's a big deal.
Yeah. You know what? I think it was a big deal for sure years ago. And now it's like there's just so many fucking cars.
You know what's not a thing anymore? How about this? Remember when? Can I talk about this here? I don't know. Remember when limos were a big deal?
Yeah, I don't know if you talk right here, but we've talked about it. Yeah.
I saw a limo the other day.
Get over limos.
It's wild.
I saw a limo. I was like, this used to be like the thing, luxury. Yeah. If you're not in a limo, it's like this is fancy.
It is weird how those went away.
Like now it's like
because of
Uber Black. Now it's Uber Black, but
Right.
it'd still be a Toyota Celica.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, it's like it's a weird
Shit
thing.
isn't gonna be
You know what really took over the limo shit was Sprinter vans.
Yeah.
Like there's kids on Tiger's travel ball team where their dads have Sprinter vans.
Right.
So in between games, they should go in there. It's like full couch, TV, AC. Like they're dope, man.
Right.
Yeah, but I just don't know what happened to get picked up in a limo. There's a little bar in the back. You know what I mean? And then, the guys, you see the driver, but you kind of like, the driver's like, yeah, so you come here often, and you're like,
Yeah, we knew he was going to do the sound effect from the show. That's why I brought up limos. It's going on for too long. It's your fucking electronic window, dude.
But I think you can still rent limos, but what do they do with all of them? Like
You still see them. You still see them in Vegas sometimes.
I don't even know.
Not much, though.
It's all Escalades and SUVs now. But that kind of
Yeah, maybe you're right. I had one. They picked me up in one like 2 years ago.
It's so weird.
Yeah, but
I was on a road with Matt, and we saw this like,
yeah.
It was like this red, like bedazzled limo.
Right.
And I saw how he was looking at it, and I was like, oh, this, you don't even remember. Like, that generation.
Matt?
Yeah, if you're 30
maybe you would.
I don't know. 15 years ago, I think limos are big.
No, because the only time you take one would be high school, right?
Yeah, you go to prom. We're going to get a
So what did Matt's face say?
He was just like,
What the fuck is that?
He certainly knows what a limo is.
Yeah.
Right. He was ready when he bought 10 of them.
I know. We went to, we were in Cincinnati.
I'm going there next week. See there.
So we go to Cincinnati, and I got a haircut in Cincinnati. Because Gary
I
Oldman.
love that song. Frank Sinatra song.
Gary Oldman.
I got a haircut in Cincinnati. Sorry, but I do that for 10 minutes.
So Gary hooked us up with the guy.
Gary Oldman haircut. He's from there, right?
He's from there. So, he's from I know. It's crazy. Gary Oldman, And I said, but it's funny because I was like, how he got married? You see how fancy it was?
Yeah.
I said to him, I said, I could give invitation to the wedding.
Yeah.
And I was like, there was a cast of 6 2000s black movies were at your wedding.
Right. That guy's life is funny because
I like the cast of All My Children was at your wedding.
basically a black guy.
He's basically a black guy, but he's crushing it now because of his Instagram.
Yeah, he's great.
Clips
He's
crushing.
great. He's always been.
I love him.
He's a monster.
Then we went to this really nice steakhouse because Matt went to the game. So a lot of the players came to the show. Cool. And there's this one like Dominican player. I couldn't believe how tall he was for a baseball player.
We're talking about basketball?
Dominican, it's baseball.
Yeah. He's on the Cincinnati. They just beat Boston. And a lot of the players came.
Are you talking about Dela Cruz? You talking about Dela Cruz?
Yes.
Buddy, that motherfucker, first of all, he's a shortstop. He's 6'6".
Wow. He was so tall. Like, he had these chains on and stuff. And I was like, he didn't look like a baseball player. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, buddy, ball.
He was so cool. And we went to this really great restaurant.
With the guy?
Yeah. Afterwards, but it was like 20 people there, and all these like baseball dudes were like, it was like really cool.
You know what? You're not done,
right? No, go ahead. Okay. You know what? I have had a lot. That's something that famous people, when people get famous, they do. They're like invited into the club. Like, all of a sudden you'll see.
Because they're safe.
Whatever the reason is, and that very well may be the reason, is I never wanted to do that. Like, I never. No, granted, I know.
You're not into sports.
No. But I mean, but what I'm saying is, like, once Tiffany Haddish made it, then she started hanging out with whoever from fucking, I don't. That is something that famous people, when they get famous, they do. It's like they're invited in the club, is what it is. And there's
because I think they can relate to each other. They can relate to each other, and they don't need anything from each other, but they can relate to each other.
Okay,
so now if you're not Kevin Hart, you're not gonna ask for pictures.
I understand, but maybe
I still ask for pictures.
But listen, when you're famous for 20 years, I understand what you're saying. But when you just make it, it's not that.
No, but I think that everybody is a little envious of what the other person is doing. Like, a lot of times you'll be like a rock star,
Yeah.
They love comedy.
Right. Yeah, I get it.
Which I can get. It's just, I think that's just
so what's that say?
So you're with like a professional athlete, and he's like, look, and he's in this arena of mass, it's an arena full of
right. But so why? So Matt likes to do that because he's into sports and
he did this when he threw out the first pitch.
Yeah.
And it just like that it can be. I also realized too is like when you're young like that, he's in their age bracket. They know who he is. They know they were seen. You know what I mean? So they're like, let's go hang out with this dude. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it was like, but I'm saying, and then I gotta show you a picture of this cake. They brought this cake out. It's God, who do I send it to right now? If you're gonna put it, it's shaped like a shoe.
Send it to Goldner.
Oh, okay. This is correct.
Why is it shaped like a shoe?
Why didn't they make him a cake?
I don't know. And this is what this restaurant does. It's pretty crazy.
I'm not in there, but you can hear it on. Oh, I don't work at Goldner. You were on it though, right? Yeah. I just thought you was. You remained in it. Oh man, I've been having a conversation with you for a year and a half.
Imagine Kevin still getting messages. Wait.
Text.
Yeah, I'm just about to do that. But yeah, so I think that's what it is. I just think that sometimes when you.
I just like so.
Mark the sheet.
Like if my first instinct, like if
Well, you're different.
I guess if like a famous baseball player as famous as me, wow, for comedy, right? Like a baseball player as famous as me, that I am for comedy, right? If he was like, the guys want me to come out, I would be like, oh fuck, that's gonna be. I have to think about that. That's like, it made me anxious.
Here's it's completely different. This is how it really felt.
Now you know how I felt when you guys were out.
Oh, this guy.
That's funny. That's good.
You would not have even gone to the baseball.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That makes that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but if you did, you knew a guy. This is how it would go with you. You would go to the game because you met one of the players someplace, and he looks at you and he goes, "Oh, I had that same bullshit sweater from the guy." He said, and you guys have oh yeah, I love that guy. Boom, boom, boom. And he's like, well, what do you do? And the guy would be like, I play baseball. And you're like, I know I'm fit here, comic. You'd have to hit it off with the guy.
If it was Dela Cruz, like he's such a special player, Chris. If I showed you some highlights, you'd be like, that's pretty dope.
I don't know. Eric is
right. You're talking about a special player.
I don't care if it's Michael Jordan. Chris wouldn't care. It doesn't matter.
Eric kind of knows.
Yeah, and then if you guys hit it off like that, and then he's like, you're like, why don't you come to my show tonight? And the guy's like, oh, all right. And he brings like 5, 6, 7 players. You'd be like, oh, this is cool. Okay. You're talking about it.
That's how it would happen.
That's how it would have to happen. And then afterwards, they go, oh, yeah, we're going in there.
I'll tell you what's going to happen if Calvin gets into baseball.
Well, that's very
If Calvin gets into baseball, then you're going to be like, okay, buddy, guess who's coming to the show?
fair enough.
Dela Cruz. He's like, what? Yeah, I'll get pictures in the glove or ball for you. That's
Yeah, 100%. No, that's of course.
That's another way, but the way I said it is.
Well, that is how I am. But yes, that is true too. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, so what is this thing was so decadent. Oh my
And that's
God.
a cake.
It's a cake. And then one delicious chocolatey moussey thing. But the guy that works at this restaurant, that's what he does.
Yeah, apparently.
And he had another one. I wish I took a picture of that. It was like a Rolex.
Why didn't you take a picture of that?
Eric,
Because I was like,
let me ask you this. Eric, how many people had that dinner?
like 20.
Who pays for it?
Matt paid for it, actually.
I don't like that.
Well, he just did it.
Yeah,
Did it.
He wasn't expected.
He wasn't expected to pay, but he was
I
just like,
would do that too.
yeah, exactly.
You are, though.
No, not if he's got rich baseball. But let me ask you a question though. Who's wearing that terrible sweat? Who is that?
Dela Cruz
That's
family.
Joe. That's the Matt's merch guy. He actually is the merch guy for Chappelle also.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he's great. He's from that area, I think.
I know, fair enough.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't wear that. I'm with Chris. That shirt is atrocious.
Well, if you're a Cincinnati fan and you don't give a fuck, which is what he's probably doing.
He's sitting next to his dad. It's like, you know, it's a great.
Oh, cute.
But it's like, it's you know, they were great. But that Dela Cruz guy, you know, he had an interpreter there. You know, he was just at the end of the table, just chilling. He wanted it to just be chill too. You can tell.
Well, that's cool, man. I mean, yeah, no, it is cool.
It's funny because they had like famous people on the menu, like so they had like a Burrow steak, you know, for Joe Burrow, right? You know, and I was like, probably not available. You don't get it because he's always hurt.
Oh, got it.
Everybody was like, ah, man,
They get it.
So when they brought this down, I was like, Joe Burrow is going to be like a fool.
Oh, that's funny. He's always hurt, huh? That sucks.
Yeah.
But he's like, but he runs that thing.
His line sucks. Yeah,
Is that why, really?
I was thinking about this. I was like, he probably will never request a trade. He's probably just gonna, because
He's our Dan Marino.
he's so loved in that town that I can't imagine it.
Yeah.
That's probably got to be a factor.
Did you say our Dan Marino? Like you're from Cincinnati? I don't understand.
He's from Miami.
Well, meaning like he's our generation's Dan Marino, younger than me.
Oh, God.
Like Dan Marino when I was a kid, he played like good team, but never won.
Wait, hold on.
Joe Burrow's from Miami also? No. Joe Burrow's from Miami.
Yeah.
He's from Ohio.
Right.
So he's
Went
like,
to Ohio State, transferred to LSU.
Yeah, that's cool, yeah.
So he probably, you know, this is like.
Remember, he transferred to LSU. He left Ohio State to play at LSU, so he has that middle. He's like, I got a ball.
College, man. Everyone leaves home for college. You know? So that's fun.
That way from Ohio State's a big deal, Bubba.
I wonder why he did that. With Louisiana.
I tell you why he did it. Because
LSU.
two of the top 5 receivers in the league right now were on that college team. That was the greatest college team ever.
Oh, really?
It was Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase.
Oh, yeah.
God, that team
Ohio
was
State's don't want
disgusting.
to go either.
But they
It's
won.
not like he was leaving
They
some
went
scrubs.
undefeated. He won the championship.
Because of him.
Went right to the Super Bowl.
You know what we're talking about, Chris?
I know Joe Burrow, though. Yeah, so, I don't know. But anyway, fucking. You got another hot topic or something? Just killing it with these.
Arnold?
Oh, yeah.
What else was Arnold fucking?
Oh, yeah.
I'll take you to a fucking degree. I'm reading that book, How to Become Married, just the movie. I
started out with audiobook.
Okay.
I want to see the movie.
Same.
But you want to read the book first?
Yeah, that's how I do it. But,
Something like
Hey,
you're
are you
doing
guys watching
I
these
do,
shows?
I don't.
Are there any shows popping right now?
What?
I feel like there's no shows on Netflix. There's nothing right now to watch.
There's Tubi.
There's nothing. HBO,
There's
nothing.
nothing
I got nothing right now.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Love on the Spectrum.
Thanks for bringing this up. There's a new one on Netflix where, okay, so they got Love is Blind, all right?
Hate it.
All right? This is a new one. They should have called it Age is Blind, okay? Because what it is, you're dating groups of people, and 2 people get together, and they don't know their age. All right?
There's some old bitches on there.
You know what's crazy, Brendan? Well, how do they not know the age if they hear them? No, they're talking to each other. They're interacting. Ladies. Oh, well, that's what I. This is what's stupid about it. So this one guy, first of all, the girl's a dime. Okay, the old girl. No, it's a different couple. The guy's like, this other guy's like, he reveals it. I'm 48, I have 2 kids, and then she goes, well, I'm 22. Okay, he goes like this, and I was at home like this. I the dog, Eric was the dog. Yeah. Wow, that's a really good impression.
But Eric, how about that one older one who everyone was going for? And she went with Homeboy, and she has 3 or 4 kids. They're older than him.
Yeah, no.
And he was like, "Is age gonna be an issue?" She goes, "I mean, I have kids that are 30, 32, 33. So if you're not older than them, it could be an issue." You can just see on his face, he's like,
oh, so you can say that? No, but I don't. Did she say that though? Then you know she's nice. Yeah. Then it reveals her age. Well, this other one was great because it was like this young black girl, and and she's even saying, she's like, I really like this guy. And she said, but he was 6. But if he's 40, she's like, 40 would be a lot. And then at the end of the episode, she says how old she is. She's 27. And then he goes, yeah, I'm 60. He didn't look 60. Wow. Okay, but I knew he wasn't 40. Oh, so they don't even tell you the age. Yes, you don't know until, you know what I mean?
No,
but
they only tell you Chris, they only tell you the age when they make a connection and agree to partner up. Then they go into this secret age room, and they're like, "How old are you?" Like 24. How old are you? 66.
But they've made a commitment at that point, though. They put rings on each other's
fingers. Yeah.
But the thing is, my favorite part about watching this show. You know if it's a wait. So my favorite part. That's my favorite part about the show. I go like this. She's 57. He's, that's my favorite part. Guessing the ages. Chill. But what I love about it is like in this era, I'm so surprised they put this out because we live in this age gap era where everybody's making a big deal, and then Netflix is like, well, let me show you how it happens. Yeah. 2 people connect, and this is what the fuck happens. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's funny.
Although there's like a 21-year-old girl on there, and she's like, "I'm just these men are so immature. I'm looking for an older man." I'm like, "You're 21.
Yeah, okay.
Chill out."
But also, I mean, look, if you're going on that show and you really are interested in finding a relationship, and you are a 48-year-old man, and then she says she's 22, and you go, all right, being in a relationship with somebody like that, it's not like you go, hey, you need to go into a room. They've been interacting all this. Okay. They actually like each other. They're saying, we're not going to tell our ages until we go, I'm committed to it. What's this show called? I don't even know the name of it. Oh, wow. This guy just watched it. Because Rachel's watching it. I just come in and I'm like, okay, what's this one? You know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm not that invested. Yeah, wow. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, there is no show. There's no show like Silo or, right, those kind of shows. Like Paradise? No, that show's bad. Bad?
Nah, that show's bad. Yeah, bad.
Wrote it. Wrote on it. The only thing I'll tell you right now is American Idol. You like that show, right? I'm watching American Idol.
I used to, Mark. I grew up. American Idol out.
Yeah, they did.
Season 2.
But I do like American Idol. I started watching The Voice. It's a totally different type of show.
Oh, fuck you.
There's nothing else on.
God, dog.
There's nothing on.
Love on the Spectrum drops Wednesday.
What about Vanderpump Rules? Nick is watching Vanderpump Rules. What's that? You know who came to the show?
Get the fuck out of my face.
A couple from Love is Blind was at the show. Nice. They came to dinner with us. So they made it. Is Love is Blind about the... Oh, no, that's autistic. Right.
Hit it. Love on the Spectrum's the autistic one.
What?
But there's nothing positive. What about the Peaky Blinders movie? You guys watch that?
I never watched that show. I didn't. It's just one of those shows. It reminds me of Man.
Mark, you said you did or didn't?
Where I never got into it, so it doesn't matter. Even though people say it's great, I tried one time.
Fantastic.
I throw
threw on Peaky Blinders, and I was like, maybe it was too late. And I was like, I don't want to watch this.
Oh, it's fucking fantastic.
I'm sure that it is, but I had other
But
shows.
you know what? When the movie came out, I went, nah.
Yeah.
Nah. If it was a series, I'd watch it.
I mean, Breaking Bad is amazing. I didn't watch the El Camino thing, right?
No, me neither. Hey, Mark, you watched the movie, Peaky Blinders movie?
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, same thing. I wish I was kind of hoping for a series.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
Once you watch a series, you realize everything that a movie is missing.
Yeah.
You know, that's why getting back to it, it's the reason why sometimes I like watching the movie first, because then when I read the book, I know I'm gonna get more.
I understand that, except for I don't like that because I want to read the book and then I want to go, let's see how these people fucked it up.
See, you're glass half empty.
Hey, but don't you feel like Netflix went all in on Stranger Things, and then now they're kind of like, all right, we're gonna take a break.
Well, they did another one with the same directors of Stranger Things.
Yeah, that looks like
You're talking about this like the rip didn't come out fucking 3 weeks ago. It's such a fucking thing where it's like, yeah, I'm just saying, there's a huge, no. Well, I'm saying is there's a huge thing that everybody loves, and then they just forget it.
I'm talking about Stranger Things, bro. I'm talking about Stranger Things here. You're talking about the rip.
Wait, not even just that. How about with everything? How about no one cares about Epstein Island anymore? Wow. How about that? Yeah. How about no one cares?
Yourself.
How about
Charlie Kirk assassinated? They can't match the bullet.
I'm just talking about. Wait, how about that one?
What happened?
Yeah, the Charlie Kirk bullet. What I'm saying is like,
It doesn't match.
What? It doesn't match.
It doesn't match, Chris. And do you know the only other assassination that also didn't match?
Yes.
Martin Luther King.
Oh. Whoa, the same guy did it?
But here's the thing. It takes something like that, and then things get things got. Yeah, you know. Well,
hey, Eric, how about that old lady missing?
Oh, yeah. How about that bitch? What happened to her? Is she okay? No one cares.
Still haven't found her.
No one cares. That's what I'm trying to say.
And they keep
Nobody cares. Like the news cycle is gone. Like the Iran war in a week. Nobody's gonna care. It's just we're just moving on.
Oh, people still dying in Palestine. People still dying in Ukraine.
I forgot about the Ukraine war. Yeah, Ukraine.
Of course.
Ukraine is what made us stop caring about COVID. You know what I mean? Ukraine came and it was like COVID, what? And now we're just like, wow, we move on quick from things. Things we shouldn't be moving on from.
Imagine you're Charlie Kirk's family, and they go, hey, we just got the evidence back. That bullet doesn't match up to the gun that they said the dude shot. You would be, your family, imagine that your brother got shot. You would be freaking the fuck out. Society's like, man, what can you do?
Wait. I disagree with how you said that. The people that should be freaking out is that kid's family. Well, that's what should be freaking out. Because they said he's a murderer, and he's like, I didn't do this. And this gun that you said that I took apart all of a sudden.
But also, Eric,
the Charlie Kirk family, he was murdered, so they're still upset. They're just trying to get justice, but they're not going to be upset about it. They're just going to be like, this proves to them, like, this is bigger than what you think.
So something else happened.
But Eric, hold on. But 100%, but also to that point, that kid, have you heard him say a single word?
No,
Have you heard anything from him? Nothing. And then also, they've had professional snipers try to dismantle that gun as fast as that kid would have to do it and fit in the bag, and they can't do it.
Really?
And now the bullet doesn't match up.
Really?
What are we doing? And y'all just chilling. And y'all just doing Arnold and Schwarzenegger impression.
Yeah. Well, you gotta do your best, man.
But this is what we've been doing this now for 75 years.
I would do the bit for 75 years.
The JFK assassination.
JFK.
We've been doing this for 75 years.
Why you wind me up? It's Wind Up Wednesday. Why you wind me up? It's fucking Wednesday. You know what I'm saying?
No, but it's like,
So he says, like he's fucking Jason Statham going into the White House correcting everything. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
I don't forget, Chris. I don't forget, buddy.
How about this?
I didn't even know.
Hey, guys.
That's the problem.
How many, like, really smart people right now are saying, yes, there are aliens?
Yeah.
Nobody cares. No, I know. Like that, to me,
You know why?
the biggest thing ever. Okay? And we're at this point now where we're like, okay,
They can't.
whatever.
They can't.
No,
Because aliens ain't gonna affect the gas prices.
they might.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe they got some new
Why
energy.
do this on the planet?
No, so that's another one. But anytime I see like an Instagram post where it'll be like, I like to follow a lot of science stuff. And so there's so many real big breakthroughs that they're close to. One of them's cancer. There's like, they're in China talking about this and that. And we're like this. We're like,
Pretend they don't have the cure for it.
I know, but what I'm saying is like, that should be a big deal. That should be
It's too much money.
a huge deal. But it's like, I just think they've got us to a point where nothing's real.
No, I nothing is real. Yeah, it's just
They're just kind of
Tiger Woods crashing again, getting a DUI gets more coverage than Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's what's wrong with society.
yeah.
Well,
Tiger Woods is an issue. Oh, we have to go to airgriffin.com now. I'm proud of it.
Okay, go to ChrisLay.com first. Go to get Cincinnati tickets, Columbus tickets, St. Louis tickets.
Go watch Chris's special, Plan B, right? Plan B. Go watch Chris's Plan B special. And go to Tubi, watch Careheads Gone Wild.
I like that. That's a better title, Plan B.
What do you call it? Just watch it. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, look at that. See my old special go down for my tour date. Schedule. There you go. I got more coming. So there's more stuff coming, but I'm also going to be in April. I just booked Ontario Improv one night, 2 shows. Ontario Improv, go check me out there. And then I'm going to be at the Comedy Festival out in Iowa, Northern Iowa Comedy Festival. I got to put the link up for that.
Cody's seen all about that, man.
Yeah, and you're coming back to Austin in October.
Yeah. I'll be there for Mothership.
You get that dinner. You get that dinner. It's up in Connecticut.
Yeah, but that's not till October, dude. So far away.
Comics Comedy Club. What?
Yeah,
So far away.
You made it up. Nice. Yeah.
Shout out, Connecticut.
All right, guys, love you. Appreciate
See you
it.
guys tonight.
Yeah, like a sweet corn waffle cone.
Honey Marshmallow Rocky Road. I got. Check that out.
Look at this strawberry. Yeah, check out my purchase in the scoop, dude.
That's what you gotta try.
Oh, jeez.
Out of here. It's just what's it called? Seltzer. They have some good, but that. You gotta try that.
The best is after.
Yeah, you gotta try it.
Afters is the best.
Yeah, you gotta try it. Oh.
Friends that laugh, with friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Ooh, I show you use the love, just rebrand it out. It's stronger, better, bigger power, 'cause it is the
So, because there's so much stand up, so many premises, so many people doing what they think is funny things, and then as a stand up, you think of things, and then people are like, "Oh, that's my joke," or that, whatever. It's just no. It's like parallel thinking is a real thing, and it's more prevalent even now. So, for instance, I don't know if you saw Marla Williams' special. You haven't watched it.
I saw clips of it.
It's literally all about the Chris Rock slap, right?
Jada Pinkett stuff,
Yeah,
right?
it's about his relationship with Will Smith, Jada Pinkett, and Chris Rock. It's very vulnerable and how he's talking about it, right? But anyway, he makes a reference in his special. I make the exact same reference.
In your special or just
No. I did. As soon as the Chris Rock thing came out, I was doing material, and then I knew this isn't gonna laugh. So I took a chunk of it and I put it on the internet. Literally week of.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, week of I did it. And so I saw his thing and I was like, oh man, this is the same reference. So for me, I'm like, this
my thing is on Instagram, it's on TikTok, and I'm like, so I know him. So I hit him up. I go, hey man, I just want you to know that I did this too, because I just don't want any.
And also, you know he didn't take it from you.
Yeah, it's like
You didn't take it from him.
that's what I'm saying. So
Just,
I know, but when it just becomes a thing where like that's how things start, you know. And then
Online though, like comics.
no, they don't. No, they don't. No, comics don't. No, they don't. No, dude. I'll tell you why. For example, I'll give you another example of this. So I was doing this. I was doing a joke for like 3 years. My premise was impossible pussy.
oh, like
Well, the Dave Chappelle.
Yeah. See, I was doing this. I've been doing it for a year.
Yeah.
Okay. And my thing, my joke, first of all, is way more fun.
Yeah.
It's just fun.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like the way I would do it would be like, this impossible pussy. And then I'd be like, there'd be testimonials. This ain't real pussy. You know what I mean? Like it's a taste test, right? Anyways, the day that special dropped, my inbox was flooded. Okay, and I'm talking about from comics too, like Joe
Comics, legit comics.
yeah. Surprised me. Even though just telling me like, yo, dude, did he buy that from you? Or did he, you know, and I was like, oh no. And this has happened to me twice with Chicago. I've made a similar reference to him, and then I'd be like, what, there goes that. For me, I don't do the joke anymore.
You can't.
Exactly.
You haven't said
And he's so famous, it's like, you know, he's super, you know, so it's like, I was like, God damn it, man. This is the second time this has happened.
Sucks.
You know, but I don't fall in love with material.
Yeah, that you can't, bro.
You know, you just don't fall in love with material, and I move on.
It sucks too because there's the one thing like I don't watch anybody stand up. I don't watch anybody stand up. Nah, it's just like it's not fun for me anymore. Like I've seen, I like I just don't watch it, bro. I don't watch.
It's rare I do. I watch Big J's. I watch Big J's.
Special thing.
Yeah,
I think it's important to watch some of our dignitaries of stand-up for this
The
reason.
last one I actually watched was the Chris Rock one. Not the new one. Whatever the last one. Yeah, that
You're
one.
saying like the dude with the spear guy.
Yeah, man. Sometimes I think it's important to like, especially if you have like, and I know some of these people. You know what I mean? So the thing is like, you know, just happened with Bill Burr. Same thing. You know, I did something on Saturday Night Live that I was like, oh, well, there goes that.
Oh, really?
You know, so that's why I feel like it's like,
Especially if you're very prolific and you're gonna keep writing and you keep doing shit. Like, bro, I have a new hour every year and a half. Like, you know, like that's a lot of material, and it's gonna you're definitely gonna be talking about the same shit that other people talk about because the same shit's happening in the world. It's topical, or you know, it's like everyone's gonna have something about Zoom. Do you know what I mean? Like in the past 3 years.
Pandemic.
Pandemic.
But to your point, Eric, it's like not being married to the bit. It's like, all right, new one. It's all good. I'll come with more shit.
that's again, you have to feel like that.
Yeah.
But also too, though, here's the thing: it's not even topical stuff. You have to understand. Like there will be examples of there might be another guy who just had 2 kids.
Of course, yeah.
Who had, you know,
Kids,
it's like whatever, like you have this, you think that this is my story.
Yeah.
Someone else is like, yeah, well, that's also my story.
I mean, I've had it. It's now. I've had it both ways where people are like, dude, this sounds like that, and then I've had people be like, dude, this guy's fighting your shit, and it's like, well, I don't. When somebody tells me that somebody else is fighting my shit, I don't even look at it. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna keep going. I'm not taking any shit. I'm just gonna assume they're not. I don't give a fuck, dude.
But also the people that take, you're not that prepared. Especially in today's industry, you found out. There's no way you can go up at the store and around other comics if you know it's that guy you love. When I was very first starting, I had a bit about fajitas. I've never seen Nick Schwartz. I've never seen his stuff. And the fans would hit me up. So I ended up thinking like, yo, I was only doing the bit for maybe 2 or 3 weeks. Some hater came to the comic store. He's like, oh, shot copy Nick Schwartz. I call it Nick. He comes to me. He's like, yeah, but I saw yours. It's a little different. Oh, it's not a big deal. So now I'm not going to get to it. I'm out. I get your bit's so much better. Mine's so new. So I have to keep working on it. Also, I'm good, man. That's why I'm still my bad. I didn't know.
Well, it's like sometimes a comic is so big, prolific. Like it's like no one can talk about hot pockets. Right.
That's
And that doesn't. I don't care how different? It's got, you know what I'm saying? Hot pocket. You use the words hot and pocket in a sentence. That's Jim Gaffigan. Hot pocket. It's too specific of a thing. Like a lot of people will do like the drunk girl stuff. I don't give a fuck about that. People are always like, dude, this guy's say, bro, that's such a wide topic, man. I know my shit went viral and people are gonna compare your drunk bit maybe to mine. Bro, that's so. When people say this guy's doing your drunk, that's
respect, Chris. What? To me, that's respect. Like when people are like, dude, this guy's doing a version of your bit. Your drunk girl bit, and that's one of the first times I think your drunk girl bit was so prolific and good outside everybody else talking about drunk girls that whenever they see it, like Hot Pockets, they're thinking it's delirious. Well, so when I hear that, I'm like, well, that's never thinking, what's his face from Saturday?
Yes, dude, I know.
Jim Brewer?
No, Jeff Bridges had a funny drunk girl character that he would do on SNL. But yeah, dude, it's like, it's such a big, that's not like Hot Pockets. Being drunk it's like fucking having kids. It's like, you know, it's so like if somebody else gonna come along and say, hey, my girl got drunk, this happened. And people hit me up about this shit. It's kind of annoying, bro. Like, it's such a big topic. But the Hot Pockets thing, as a comic, so you know, if you're not, this is the other thing too. But this is the other thing too. If you're in the trenches doing a joke and talking about Hot Pockets, and no comedian has been like, yo, bro, and you don't know about Jim Gaffigan shit, and no comedian's been like, yo, Jim Gaffigan has that shit. I mean, that's not a real life. You know what I mean?
I know, dude.
Like that's in some ways it's a responsibility for fucking other people to tell them first.
Well, that's the reason why I'm telling you that I don't always agree with being like, I don't ever want to watch comedy. Because I find that it's important to see what people are talking about. It keeps you, sometimes you don't even realize things are in your head. You can be inspired too. Yeah, I know, but sometimes you just go, sometimes I'll be like, oh, somebody had this in this. Yeah, totally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'll be like, oh, maybe I should.
And you won't even find out until you post it on the internet. You like ask around, like, does somebody have a fucking thing? It seems too easy, but it's funny, and I got a comic.
I wouldn't say his name.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, you don't. Man comes to me at the comedy store after and you know, people are gonna see you do your thing, and blah blah. I do the same kind of thing. I go, that's just my girl. I actually think that was special.
Right.
You know what I mean? I was like, and it was just like, because it was basically we're having a moment of like,
yeah, bro.
It's survival of the fittest. It doesn't matter, man.
Yeah.
But to close this out, there's another comic that we all know. I'm not going to say the person's name, but I remember this was way back in the Hot Pockets, you know, and I was doing crowd. I was hosting a live.
Yeah.
And something just came to me. Yeah. And I'm doing, and this person comes to me and goes, yo, I'm kind of doing my stuff. You know, yeah. And I said, hey, listen, if off the top of my head, I'm just messing around, and that's your material,
you're terrible.
You need to go back to the lab. Okay? Go back to the lab. I'm not, if that can risk your material that you have written down, it's off your material. Your material is material, you know?
Yeah.
God damn it, he can't stop plugging. You're selling more, huh? NBA playoffs are here, and that means Big Hoop's actual DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Get in on the excitement of every game with a touch of a button. New customers can make a $5 per game moneyline bet and score $150 in bonus bets if your team wins. Plus, everyone can score a no-sweat same-game parlay every day during the NBA playoffs. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, place a same-game parlay on any NBA game. If it doesn't hit, you'll get a bonus bet back to $10. So many good games.
What'd you say, Big Man?
No one's covering it. Yeah, the Nuggets, they're being slept on, but the Lakers are looking like they are a better team than people thought. You got Sacramento, they just beat the Warriors twice, so they're looking like they're a better team. This is no fun. And then the Clippers. I agree. I think the Clippers. And then on the
My man, I can't hear you. You're breaking up. What did you say?
Yeah,
specific.
my ex account got suspended, so I couldn't switch to. So I wanted to ask if I follow you, I get a new account. So if I follow you, I just want you to follow back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Send me a follow. I'll follow you right back.
New York, call 8778.
All right, on
Gambling
it.
upline, and it may not work.
Bye.
Bye bye, big dog.
Text help in 467-369.
Right. In Kansas, call 1-800-522-4700 on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort. Kansas City, 21 and over. In most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources.
That's DraftKings Sportsbook with the code GOLDEN. $5 pregame money line bet and score $150 in bonus bets if your team wins. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with the code GOLDEN.
You guys ever browsed in incognito mode?
You know we have.
Probably not as incognito as you think. And why would it be incognito mode? Like the Chrome browser itself is a Google product. Hello? Google has made its fortune by tracking your movements online. Hello? There's even a $5 billion class action lawsuit against the company in California where it's accused of secretly collecting user data. Google's defense, incognito does not mean invisible.
Wow, that's what
How do you actually make yourself invisible as possible online? You use ExpressVPN, like we do.
Yes, you sure do. You don't know where I'm doing my internet from. Calcutta, Jamaica, ExpressVPN hides all of that. Every time you connect to ExpressVPN, you get a random IP address shared by many other ExpressVPN customers that make it harder for third parties to identify you or harvest your data. Best of all, ExpressVPN is super easy to use no matter what device you're on, phone, laptop, smart TV. All you have to do is tap one button for instant protection.
So if you really want to go incognito and protect your privacy, secure yourself with the #1 rated VPN. Visit expressvpn.com/golden and get 3 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/golden. Go to expressvpn.com/golden to learn more.
Stay golden.
There's one comic that was, I don't want to say it, but like he was like he would do stuff in town and then he would go on the road and do a bunch of other comics material. Like nobody knew he was on the road just like before they like that's fucking cool.
But you're not going to get found out.
Yeah, well,
You're not going to have a career.
One now you disagree. You can't have a career. But
Instead of numbies, if we say names, I don't know.
Numbies. See, that's a good producer. Always think about numbies.
What are you talking about?
But also, Eric, do you ever have, you bring your host and feature, but when you book the local talent, do they ever go, hey, is there any material you want to touch on? No. Do they? I never worry about that. Never do anything. Never mind that, good rights to talk. Good for you.
Yeah, whatever, bro. Also, like, I want it to be hard for people. Like, I think that some comics get big and then they're like, I want to chill. Say my thing. What?
They say that.
Yeah.
Well, they put up shitty people.
Oh, yeah.
So they look better. It's like, no, bro, it's the overall.
Definitely.
I don't know if that's the reason. I think that may be the perception, but I think the reason is like, you're out here with your fans. You don't want to work that hard.
Yeah, but that's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, that's all about intentions, man. It's not to like make yourself. As opposed to being like, I need to look like I'm the funniest, as opposed to being like, I gotta go out here and fucking like do a whole show.
Ego based, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, my thing is, I want the show to be great. So I just want them to.
Me too.
I want by the time there's an energy flow, and then now I'm gonna ride this wave. You know what I mean? I always think I'm the funniest person in the room. Anyway.
Yeah.
I don't care who goes on stage. I don't care who goes on stage.
Before you're good.
Anybody.
Yeah.
No one's gonna watch me after and be like, oh, I don't know if that guy belongs. No, I don't give a fuck who it is.
But that's the thing, though. But that's the thing, though. Like we have, I wouldn't say we have like similar styles, but like we're both animated and high energy, and to someone like I remember when I didn't want to follow you. I brought you to the Irvine, whatever it was. I didn't want to follow you. Yeah, I was fucking crushing, and I'm like, but you know what? Well, I'm like, you know what? Some people, I actually hope some people are like, yeah, dude, we went to see Chris, but man, Eric fucking killed. Like, there are gonna be some. You're not gonna be the funniest guy in the room for everyone,
right?
People fucking there.
And that's why it's so dope when you have a tour. If you're going on tour all over
what's going on tour with it. People are like you, people are like me, people are like the other person. That's what me and Christian.com. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. But the thing is, it's like one thing you have to remember in that scenario. Just like how you said it. Okay, remember that dude from Mad TV, Michael McDonald? Yeah. No, so he started this theater. Yeah. So that Irvine brought this back in the day and called and said, hey, can you come to the show? And so, like, he just started. Like, yeah, whatever, right? So, okay, like, took me after the show. She was like, oh my God, you're so different here. Blah, 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 right? And I said, thank you, but that said Eric Griffin, would you come? Yeah, exactly. So all that, and just how you just said that, that's the sentence when people will say, it doesn't matter. They would say, we went to go see Chris D'Elia. Yeah. And the opener was good. They wouldn't say Eric Griffin. What's the important part there? Yeah. We went to go see. I think that's the only thing that's important. No, I think that they're ashamed because, I do the meet greets. On you it is. I'm telling you, I sit on the ground. Now you're not just an opener. No, we know that. No, I'm saying every single city I go to, people will either go, Eric was here before, or I saw Eric, like he's so funny. I'm like, he's a monster. Like, I know bigger, like he's getting it. I know the problem is that's the thing. It's like there's a difference between being like you can put on a good show, and then it's like how do you get people to get to the show? It's a different thing. I come from a different era, sadly, where it's like. I missed some of this, so it's like now I'm trying to catch up and give the people, come watch me perform, because you won't be disappointed. See, but I would rather have that. I'd rather be in your position where once the crowd's there, you have the chops to do it, where they're never going to leave. You know what I'm saying? That some of these like YouTubers, other people, where it's instant sell out, and then they don't have a career for 2 or 3 years. It's curiosity. Once they come to your show, they're always coming there because you're so talented. But yeah, so anyway, that was. Speaking of watching me, I'm going to be at the Louisville Comedy Club. When did this come out? This Thursday? Yeah, you might probably Friday, Saturday. Come check me out. Some laughter up there. Yeah, and then the Mothership next weekend. Oh yeah. I want to know how that goes. I'll be at let's see, Pueblo, Colorado, right? Is that what it's called? Pueblo, yeah. Tucson. A lot of biker gangs up there. Yeah. Meth. Be good for you. Tucson, Ohio. I'll be in Ohio. Wow, his internet's not working. That's amazing. I'll be in Ohio. I'll be in these pictures, huh? Cleveland, Tucson. Yeah, you look sad there. Charlotte, Knoxville, Little Rock. Look at all this. Nashville, Calgary. I'm doing Canada. Montreal. Well, you're into September already. Detroit, Orlando. You want to give me 20, 25 days too, or Fort Myers? Well, that's what people are doing now. I know. Yeah, but that's the thing though, because you'll keep selling. I'll keep selling however many tickets a day up until it happens. 2031, I'll be at the amphitheater. Well, you keep selling tickets till the fucking thing comes up. Yeah, I feel you. So it's like, how about La Jolla Comedy Store? I think first week of June. I'm there, and then June 13th through the 25th, might be the 15th through the 25th. 15th through the 25th, I'm in UK, Belfast, Europe, Dublin. I'm all over. One theater run, one show in every city. So come get yourself. Yeah. Comedy Store La Jolla, first week of June. The La Jolla one? My favorite. Never liked it. Why? Never liked it. Everyone would, all the comics would talk about how great the La Jolla Comedy Store is. And everyone was always entitled, drunk, in the audience, super white. It was too. I would give like a mix, Isn't that your crowd? I mean, it's mostly white, but in La Jolla, but in La Jolla, it's only white.
I think you meant the entitled part.
Yeah. Oh. Do you not know your crowd? Are you the head of marketing for Bud Light? No, but that's so dumb. What? It's just what's dumb about it. It's in your eyes. They're down $7 million. Are they? Yeah. Really? Oh, dude. So much. Whoa. Really? Are they actually? Or is this a Brendan Shaw thing you just said? Yeah, bring it up next. Bring it up. See how much money they've lost. Don't go to that. Go to the article. No, it's really lost. Well, I'm losing. If you say they lost money, okay, but that's a lot of money.
It was when the stock price dropped in a couple days, they did lose whatever.
It was $6 million. Anheuser-Busch. You said 6 what? $6 billion. Billion? Yes. So if you keep going down, you gotta keep going down. Well, because we don't know how to read. Even if that's half wrong. Even if that's double wrong. $3 billion? You know what I mean? Just
Despite the controversy, the company's stock is still sitting at a 52-week high and is outperforming competitors. So that's okay, let's move on.
Legit the opposite of
No,
what
no,
you said.
you gotta go. I'm telling you, type in the right shit.
It dropped 3% following the news of the thing. If you look at the
That-
last
that was
year,
when
it's up 52%.
That's when it jumped. When that came out, they dropped.
So it did
Yes,
drop.
100%.
That is, well, yeah, that's, where is it now?
Well, if it, I mean, it's keep, it's going up and up and up and up. But after that came out, it went down. Whatever. I don't care. Honestly,
I didn't drink Bud Light anyway. I don't really give a fuck. I think they're way off and trying to signal to a small demographic. But I was like, no, you're demo, dude.
Yeah,
Bud Light.
Bud Light.
Yeah.
It's not fucking sweet.
I don't even think that has anything to do with anything at all.
Your demo?
I think it has to do with they're like, how many followers that person have? 10 million? Maybe we can get these people to drink our drink too, and they just did that. Not even. It's like as if you're at the store and you're let's say you're at the market and you got your cart, and you see a transgender person in the cart before you, they get fruity pebbles. Yeah. Are you gonna be like, well, I'm not gonna eat that now?
Yeah, correct.
That's stupid.
No, that's so stupid.
They're already called fruity petals.
I'm just saying. What I'm saying is that's basically what they're saying is I'm not going to drink anything. They think that Bud Light cares about agenda. No, they care about selling Bud Light. And this person has 10 million followers as a demographic they haven't got to yet. So they just thinking, hey, let's just go into this demographic. I bet you they need to drink all the hate they're getting.
Yeah.
They probably need to take it. Hey, are you being hated on by the Christian right? Yeah. You know what you need? A Bud Light.
I literally don't give a
So you're just holding your
I literally don't.
tits at the same time in your life. You know what I mean? It's just stupid. I'm just saying, you're fucking stupid. Who? These people that are shooting Bud Light like Kid Rock? What the fuck is wrong with that guy?
They're too far on their team. Where it goes against their agenda, they're too far on that team. It's like, bro.
That's what follows that guy. There's a lot of people who do that. That's how he's making money.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's all making.
So here's my
Even if we were best friends. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
This is what I'm saying is that fringe agenda is equivalent to the opposite agenda.
Correct.
You're just this is
They're all
transgender and whatever you want to call it. It's the same shit.
They're all
You're
crazy.
too far on one side.
You're crazy or wrong.
Let me tell you something. This Dylan, what's the person's name? Is it? And he's saying, is it she or he? I don't know.
It was a guy, now it's
Okay, so that person is mentally ill. Look at the person. It has nothing to do with because of the trans thing. Anybody who's like, well, why? If it's a chick, you're crazy.
No.
If you're a dude, you're crazy. It doesn't matter if you're a dick or a pussy. That person's crazy because look at them. Do you know what I mean? I'm tired of this bullshit where people are like, oh, they're insane because trans people are watching that shit. Real trans people are watching that shit. They go like this. Here we go again.
Yeah. Well, they think that Mulvaney got too. Like, he was trying to get into acting, couldn't do it. Then his friend wrote him this part. We had to dress as a girl. So, it's like, did he do it because he actually feels like a woman, or did he do it to gain, attention in Hollywood? Like,
There's a lot of pushback on that.
Yeah.
Well,
Because of the different, but
also, I don't know here's yours. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I don't know about this friend. I don't know what's going into that person's head. What I do know is that person cries every day about some shit.
Yeah.
That's bad. You can tell the people cry every day. Look at their faces.
Yeah.
Look at their fucking faces.
Super dehydrated.
When you see two people beefing online and one person's a piece of shit and the other person's a piece of shit, look at them. Look at their picture. You can tell who's the nut job and who's wrong. You can tell.
And in this case, it's the same thing on both sides.
Oh, yeah.
I know these two need to get together and have a Bud Light. That's what I'm saying.
He's mentally ill.
Yeah.
So put all the Bud Lights on the thing, shoot him with an AK-47. That's a mentally ill thing.
Or he's just bored as shit.
Yeah, he could be just rich and hungry.
How about the one idiot that's also like that set the Jack Daniels on fire?
So we're not talking about Jack. They just being weird. What drank Jack into it? Because I think they put a bottle with like a rainbow on it. That's like, no, it's enough.
They had a RuPaul thing with
check in.
This thing happened a long time ago, but just got rediscovered again.
Yeah.
And so it just wait and be like, yeah, look at this.
You can't try to like I've been drinking cum this whole time.
I knew I wasn't gay. It's
Jack off, Daniel.
That's why these thoughts are in my head.
I told you, Dave, I ain't gay.
I believe. Yeah,
We should make that product Jack off, Daniel.
and it's
Starting the show. What you got for us, Nick?
well, yeah. Well, now let's fucking. Yeah. Is the Patreon one or the regular one?
This is regular.
Okay.
Wait, congrats
Yeah,
on
I
the
was gonna
baby.
say I was gonna bring it
Congrats
up.
on the fucking
bring
baby.
it now, but yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I got two kids now. Bro, it's so weird.
Welcome to the party.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's the best.
It's so weird to. It feels so weird to say I have kids.
It's like, how did I get here?
Like having a kid is well. First of all, having a kid is a huge thing in your life that changes your thoughts.
If you're a good person.
If you're well, change the other way too. But then when you say now I have kids, that really makes me feel like an adult. You know what I mean? Like, fine. Yeah. You know, I was thinking about this, man. Like,
No more sneakers. Let's get some.
Our outfits make the difference. Yeah.
barbershop ones.
Yeah, I love the
Barbershop. But yeah, I meant ones as in the ones that I have, not the ones. They're not ones. So, yes, because the job that we have, I was talking about this with another comic who's 50-something, it's not what I do, but we were talking about, like, but no, it would go for Brian. For Brian, like, he looks fantastic. I know it was
how old is he?
but, like, dude, we live a life of doing what we love, you know, and we're so silly. That shit keeps us young, and in a good way, and then also in like a way where it's like, you know, like sometimes I leave my underwear in the living room, and I'm like, man, my dad would have never done that. You know what I'm saying? But like, and then in my head, I'm like, I mean, I'm only 43, but like, that's fucking old, you know? So, it is. But like, it keeps like that mindset is good, but it's also like, you know,
Well, Chris,
I've got 2 kids.
congratulations. And Chris sent us a picture. And
This boy, half the picture was balls.
I didn't
like the kids' balls.
And then Eric goes on the group text goes, holy balls. Eric goes, and Chris goes, oh man, I didn't see his balls. It's just this thick nutsack.
I'm so in love with. I'm just taking pictures, sending, and then
He was on one of those bouncy things.
It looked like
I thought the same picture.
no, it looked like it was a beehive. Just this nutsack.
When a male is born, there's a lot of fluid in there. I didn't know that. And I kept my
The fluid?
yeah,
Is it like a jar?
I bring it.
You should make necklaces.
like into the joke.
Yeah, with the blood.
It's crystalline ball juice.
This is balls juice.
Crystalline.com.
Dude, I've had 2 boys. I've never seen a pair of balls like that.
Yeah, well,
Them boys.
They were like
I don't know if college look like that, but they said that. Yeah, it's gone now. I mean, it goes way.
Oh, they're tiny but now?
No, they're not tiny. Okay. He has big balls.
Oh, did you decide on the name?
Yeah, fine.
But you decide on the name?
Yeah, William McHenry. My dad's name. My dad, and then McHenry is her mom's side. So her name.
Just the middle name.
Yes. Yeah, it's really cool. It's awesome. It's wild. It's so predictable. It's smaller.
Yeah,
Bro,
newborns are weird.
They do look like old men.
None of them look good. Everyone's like, he's so cute. It's like,
Picture, I was like, where's the serious kid coming out of between?
I mean, this is focus. This kid is like. This kid is like.
I saw that one picture. He was like, he had to look at his face like,
It's like you think about what it's like like for real, like someone
You're upside down for saying no. You're upside down. All the lights, behind people, and you have to also breathe now. Weird as fuck. That's why they cried.
And how's Calvin doing with it? Did people tell you like the advice on how to do it with the people with the older brother? Yeah. And say like you cheat on like he's responsible. Like the it's your brother.
They say it's his base.
Yes, correct.
But so everyone's like, he's gonna be jealous if you're ready. I know Calvin. I know he's not gonna be jealous. I know his boy. And sure enough, he was just like so trepidatious around him. Hey, do you want to hold him? He's like worried that he's gonna do something like hurt him. He's really sweet. And the other day I heard him with Kristen, and they were looking at William, and he was like, "Does he like me?" He was the sweetest fucking thing.
Then when the baby came out, pretended, and so obviously my wife held him, but then was next to her, it was Tyson. Like, that's your brother, that's your baby brother. Now it's like super, that should be me. And so that's yeah, it's the best. All right, Nick, what do you got? Kidney section of it. What do you got?
So I recently saw that the baseball player Anthony Bass was his wife was kind of like with 5 children, 2 little kids. There's eating some popcorn on there. There's some the flight attendant made the baseball players like all the popcorn on their hands and knees. So Anthony was upset about that, and he told me that Twitter post where he was getting kind of roasted out. So got me thinking, what do you guys think? The big club. Who do you think was the wrong? The baseball player, his wife, or the flight attendant? What do you guys think?
Hold on. So let me read what they actually said. Go up. Charlotte is probably up here. Get on your hands and knees. You're going to be popcorn. That's right.
What?
Where you at on? I'll tell you right now, my kid was
No, you have to pick it up.
100%. You can't do it.
Always sing it up.
Yeah, and it's like that. The flight attendant pick up after your kids. It's all over the aisles. As soon as one girl does it like that, that's my kid.
This is just some entitled rich people bullshit.
Wait, was he on the phone? Okay, I'm not kidding because I'm like, fucking killed him. Like that.
Yeah, where was he?
I can't believe I have to watch my fucking 5-month pregnant wife. I have to order her to do it.
It's just filming it. This is ridiculous.
To me, this is crazy. Not only just, I don't even mean it's crazy to actually be that entitled. I think it's crazy. To me, that unaware.
This one is important. My last time was United provided the pop.
That's true. Actually,
Yeah, but you have to know your kids don't know how to eat.
yeah, but also your wife allowed them to have that problem. They okay. It's not like the flight attendant was just randomly handing them bullshit that you can't have. It's all on your back. Like the wife has to get
This whole thing is not with you on that.
Stop snitching, motherfucker. Pick up the bucket and the popcorn trying to get this poor lady fired, bro. This motherfucker, this guy knows how to play baseball. If you don't know how to play baseball, he's this motherfucker. Fuck this motherfucker. He's probably a nice guy. I have no fucking idea.
But you know what?
Well, he needs to remove the Christian part because.
But you know what? But also he wasn't there. She wasn't there. So remember, his wife called him. Right.
Good point, dude.
And then he was like, no,
Hold on.
yeah. And then he was like, no, hell no.
What a good point, dude. This guy,
It's just crazy.
and this guy is temptation. Yes, it's all her fault. Yeah, most of the men. Fuck yeah, bro. I'm back on your side. And not only that, I'm a fucking huge Toronto Blue Jays fan. I like this. Fuck yeah, dude.
He's like, tweet that.
Yeah, dude.
And then he's like, oh shit, this is not going well.
Fuck yeah, dude. Especially some fucking Toronto players in the part of it.
Yeah, he has something. And obviously, if you think about it, you start listening to my podcast. I'm just doing a measurement of how I speak. You know,
Because like behind the scenes, you know, your mind would be like, it used to be atrocious. You're just thinking doing great job. You're like, I'll call you night. I'll call you like, apparently they're gonna fire. You answer?
And I've lost some of this too. It's nice to talk to somebody who's like very good at something, right? They have their field, their professors. And there's a tendency to then say, well, this person's smarter than me or knows more, and you apply that problem. It's not true. They happen to have an expertise. They might be very educated, which means they have context and concept of major subjects. It doesn't mean they necessarily are like, sometimes actually they have more in theory and how to practice. It's just keep talking. You get on those podcasts, it's not being reverential. That's not your problem. The problem is you just, it's almost like you're putting on a lecture. It's not a show. If you're sure to yellow right now, right now, tell me if you're bored. That little right now. Look, I mean, I definitely get a little too wrapped up in some.
Was your wife really sick?
I'm joking, but she was very sick, very depressed. It was fucked up. It was really hard to deal with for her. And me. And nobody gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck. And I want, you know, and look, we have two boys. We knew it was going to be a boy. You know, we want to have a girl too. And we'll have 3 or 4 kids. I don't know. The first trimester of that, the second one, I was like, charged into the game. You can't have another kid.
But then you forget.
Because of peace.
But then you forget.
Well,
2 years ago, 5 years.
That's biological. You need to fucking keep procreating. But after the 3-month mark, this shit was so much better, bro. I mean, it was like a few days later, like after the 3-month mark, she was just like, it was like, I'm walking on sunshine. Until 8.5 months, and she's just like, she's not gonna move. She can't. Imagine having a fucking just a thing hanging up. She went to bend over once, and I'm just like, that's what she used to like. To have not only the 7 pounds of baby or 8 pounds of baby, but to also have, you gotta have your fucking tits all fucking just so big, and you're just like, and all the fat and the placenta, and you're just, and she went to bend over to pick it up, and I'm like, damn, that's fucking rough. And then I dip my chips in the guacamole and ate it.
So she probably farted.
I go, damn, that's rough.
Shit. Just like that baseball.
No. I go, sweetie, let me pick that up. No, I'm kidding, but yeah, dude, they're all different.
Did she have cravings? Did she have terrible cravings?
She had, yes. I mean, like, just like fruit and shit, like not like weird.
That's all. That's TV. I feel like that's TV pregnancy.
Oh yeah.
No, there's cravings. No, there are like only my Cheetos like you wouldn't believe. Now my son fucking loves them.
There are cravings.
Something else, maybe.
But talking about the TV shit, I always thought that was like, oh yeah, just fucking, here we go.
You on the back?
She's coming in, dog. And and I'm like, well, that's not how it happens. You know, fucking the beats out. This time, holy shit. We went into the hospital to induce, so you know, it wasn't the wrong way for water break. So we get into the hospital. They put the they got some. They do so much. They do so much to get this shit ready. They're like, let's put the pill in, let's put the balloon in. We got the Wi-Fi going. Like it's just insane, right?
They have the thermal in the back. The needle's like this big, touching your fucking spine.
Epidural, not epidermal, but yes. And epidermal would be on the skin. Dermal, right?
Oh,
so okay.
No, mine was just on the skin though. Mine, no. Yeah, it was just the skin. As I said, epidural.
Did it too?
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
And that makes your legs numb anyway. But the so dude, she's laying on her side, and I'm there chilling. You know, and she's looking at TikTok or whatever on her phone, and all of a sudden she goes, oh.
he's saying it's a mental thing, and I just feel bad. So he was giving into temptation. Girls on the road, girls around his apartment complex, or shit like that, you know. So it's like, so just wanted to jump on there real quick. So I'm thinking of all the different patterns of people, right? Especially UFC fighters in general, that use that statement to leverage, you know, just like you said, potentially forgiveness from his girlfriend for cheating on her for all this, who knows how long. Ronda Rousey says she had this burning stuff that happened with her fights for a book, and then suddenly when she wants to fight, you know, with the Netflix thing, she's all good. And you see people like when they cheat on their girls, they'll start posting pictures with their girlfriend a lot more on Instagram. There's little shit like that, like, you know, just simple Instagram all of a sudden. And he's saying like it's a mental thing, and I just feel bad. So he was giving into temptation. Girls on the road, girls around his apartment complex, or shit like that, you know. So it's like, so just wanted to jump on there real quick. So I'm thinking of all the different patterns of people, right? Especially UFC fighters in general, that use that statement to leverage, you know, just like you said, potentially forgiveness from his girlfriend for cheating on her for all this, who knows how long. Ronda Rousey says she had this burning stuff that happened with her fights for a book, and then suddenly when she wants to fight, you know, the Netflix thing, she's all good. And you see people like when they cheat on their girls, they'll start posting pictures with their girlfriend a lot more on Instagram. Just little shit like that, like, you know, just simple Instagram all of a sudden. And he's saying like it's a mental thing, and I just feel bad. So he was giving into temptation. Girls on the road, girls around his apartment complex, or shit like that, you know. So it's like, so just wanted to jump on there real quick. So I'm thinking of all the different patterns of people, right? Especially UFC fighters in general, that use that statement to.
Mm.
You don't go back for it, because in the olden days they would never start being washed. You don't go. If you forgot the Yavu in Rosh Kodesh, you don't go. If you forgot the Yavu in Rosh Kodesh Moarim, well, you don't go back for it, because in the. Welcome back to Tim Knows the Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, you're the patron of the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access of this show. Also, a new addition to the Patreon. There's a new podcast called Sandbaggers. So if you want to check that out.
Just potentially.
It's time for my favorite time of the week when you get the earpod and try to speak. Release surprises to be better at watch TV. It's a shop. Welcome back to Tim Knows the Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, you're the Discord. The Patreon, you get early access of this show. Also, a new addition to the Patreon. There's a new podcast called Sandbaggers. So if you want to check that out, very good things.
Commonly referred to sandbagging is when you should be playing in the major leagues, but you're still just an amateur because you're so used as being amateur, but the major leagues are kind of scary.
Yeah, like Netflix, not Blockbuster, but somewhere in the middle.
Like 20 minutes of watching a comedian as opposed to 10, you know. Which, speaking of which, go ahead and start the timer to get
Keto, bitch! It's keto, bitch! Anyway, that's on record. So let's start the timer. Play the chick clip.
You also get sneak previews of the songs I'm working on, and people there tell me how terrible they are, and then I post it publicly, and everyone's like, "Oh, this is good." You know,
It's hard to be Gerardo, dude.
yeah.
Never heard of it?
This is posted by 28 Texas 832. It's called "To Me, This Is the Greatest Video on What Happened to Shab and Why It Crumbled." I watched this, and maybe we can watch a little bit of it, but it's just all the greatest hits.
I feel like I've seen this video many times.
Yeah.
He's talking about. I forget that it's funny that I've seen it many times. I don't remember a single thing he says then. All right, play it before they realize what I just said.
He's talking about the Rat Pack, remember?
No. Oh, you really don't remember? I'll remember once it starts playing.
Okay, you got it. And then we'll hear you go, "Oh." Just say "oh" for the love of God.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
5, 6 years ago, 7 years ago at the comedy store, this is the comedy Rat Pack. And we were the Rat Pack, and we were the guys, and every show sold out. Our names on the marquee.
It's gonna get confused.
yeah.
There's no chance it's not gonna.
How we get the bell.
So this is, I guess he just learned how to make slideshows on Premiere or something. That's just the music.
A little loud there.
Oh,
Just a tad bit.
oh shit.
Hold on, your situation is, I'll get emotional. I thought we were all gonna fight. What happened? I thought we were all gonna fight. Where did you guys go? You left? Oh, we weren't. No, we weren't. You guys were all friends. We can help you. Who did you help out the most? You guys were nowhere to each other.
Damn, look at that float, huh? Oh my god. Dude, how you think it actually goes?
But it actually goes as Georgico instead of like, that's right.
This step base is gnarly, too. This is when things are good.
It is funny, like Shaw. Oh, I never like he goes. I thought we were all gonna fight. He's been doing comedy for a year.
Yeah.
I thought we all had each other's backs. We've been in this shit since day one, homie. You've been doing comedy for 6 months.
Exactly like he's been in since the 80s.
Yeah, and you think that everyone is gonna defend you when you made a mockery of what they put their lives towards?
Yeah.
I don't think so. No one's gonna defend you, even if they, were doing it a long time. You're new here. Nobody knows who you are.
And you created that scene, too.
Yeah, you ruined comedy. You're part of why people think comedy sucks.
Yeah, I think so. Hustling on the road doing stand-up.
Yeah, just hustling the gold. Hey, we've been to Roman's new place in
He just called me and just gonna come into a weekend. People love it.
He hasn't been. Man, part of the stuff that he does is kind of relatable. Because like, I've been like, there's been something where I have been excluded from it, and somebody asked me about it, and I don't want to do shit just because I didn't get invited to it. So I heard it's great. But there's like a huge pain in my heart. I can relate to that.
Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. I had one of those recently.
You're like, yikes. Today. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. It's very fun. I was like, you want to go to the mic on Wednesday? And they were like, I can't make it Wednesday. I'm going to Chatterbox Thursday. I was like, I'm busy Thursdays. I'm busy on Thursday nights.
What do you do? I'm just always busy that night.
Yeah. What do you do on the night? You want to
Fuck you. Fuck you, you fuck. Fuck you. You lash.
Ever heard of squirrels?
Never heard of shut your goddamn mouth? Fuck Thursdays.
Thursday sucks.
It's your own.
He's a little more than anybody. Have you been? Hey, we've been to Rogan's new place, and
He just called me and just gonna come into a weekend.
This is 7, 8 years ago, even 10 years ago when I first started out, we have all these comments on stuff like that. And then the pandemic hit.
I love this. Dude, I wrote a sketch once called, what is it called? And then Coachella called. It's like the band that's like, these white ladies that talk like, it was great, and we were doing drugs, and I was like, loving it, and then Fred died.
Yeah.
It's this way that they talk up, and then down.
Yeah, the thing that they blame everything on.
Yeah. And then COVID. And then, but we figured it out, we were doing a podcast, and we were loving it, and then Crystal Dia fucked a lot of underage women.
Yikes, yeah.
We survived it. Shots away.
I get that. No, that's perfectly described.
The pandemic hit, and the leader of the Rat Pack leaves, Joe Rogan leaves.
Why not?
Store shut.
Yeah.
That I don't understand. This is like brain injury stuff. Need to make a point. Because it's not even kind of like a political speech. It's just, I didn't know my hand was blood.
He's like following them.
He's watching this back and he's like, wait a minute, I never pointed or anything. I kept my hand closed the whole time. Out back to the doctor.
CT's working again.
Down.
It's called CT Fist right there.
Comedy LA shuts down. The cops are good.
He's also angry. Like, it's like he's watching all these events.
It just doesn't make any logical sense to have your hand be like this the whole time. In any facet. This is very, it's not good.
Also, I don't know if you see what I see. But do you see what I see? A fucking Thick Boy merch I don't own.
I got it on myself. I mean, what a great shirt.
Yeah.
Read that song. Oh, man, it's a crazy story. Oh, well, yeah, we got time. All right, well, I'll make it short anyways. Brandon shirt. Chris Springsteen. Springsteen's got to make a shop song.
Yeah.
It's too bad. I think if he wasn't so liberal, he could do
Spring. Yeah. I mean, since he's liberal, he should be making the shops.
Yeah, anti-shop.
Yeah.
All pro shop.
Is this Athletic Greens right here on his pyramid right here? AG1, dude. What?
AG1 tattoo would be wild.
But also, my name is Gerardo Alarcon, so maybe it's
GA.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's probably what it is. He's a big deal.
I'll cut up a second. Let's see.
And I just have this, it takes me a while. I sit in the parking lot for a while because it just kind of reminds me when I pull up now that I used to pull up and Rogan would pull up in his Porsche and we'd park next to each other and talk shop about the cars and what's next. And then Santino would pull up and we talked to him with Chris D'Elia, and then Brian would pull up and Bobby Lee and Theo, and we'd be there. It was like college. It was the best. It was absolutely the best. And I wish 5, 6, 7 years ago somebody would have tapped us on the shoulder like, hey fellas, in 2 years this is all gone. I didn't realize at the moment that was the golden age, and what we were doing was so special. We took it for granted, and I didn't realize at the time how special it was. In my theater, where my fish tank are, like my man.
I like how he quotes man cave. Yeah. I like that the fish tanks made it into this. Yeah. Where my fish tank are. Where my Did he say that? Or am I tripping? I probably.
So it was in my theater where my fish tank are, like.
He said where my fish tank are. He didn't say that.
My man cave. I have 4 pictures from those days. I just put them up, right? When they were done 5, 6, 7 years ago. I didn't realize that in that picture, in that frozen moment, that was the best time ever.
It never come back. It would never come back. Yeah, it's sad. It was a special time. And now we're hitting singles. It's got 6 more seconds on. Maybe they're just new to editing. Yeah, I think so. Well, shut up. Okay, no, there's something at the end. Never done the chefs. Any thoughts on that, dude? Yeah, facts or cap?
Dude, give me Nate.
Cap is all cap. I mean, sorry, facts is all facts. Spicy. Oh, man. Shout out to you, Texas 832, for that gem. What do we have here? Okay. Dicey posted by Clint Fuller of Chips. It is an Instagram story post about peptides from Slojo. And I mean, so unnecessary to have your pants down that much, Yeah, I guess you could take a picture of the pants on and show the effects of peptides. Yeah. And at the end of the day, though,
it's Tito, bitch.
Yeah. Also, the fucking shirt's rolled up. She's showing tits and ass. And where's the logo? There's no logo. It should be. Just on her stomach, athletic greens. Tatted on her stomach. Is that, I mean, you don't know the answer to this, I don't think, but is athletic greens, is that peptides? I don't know. Yeah. I think it might just be nutrients or something like this. Or just snake oil. Baba mentioned in the wild, so I didn't expect that. Posted by Kemba33. I sent you this. But for the actual shot, I didn't know they posted it on Chang's. But dude, I thought he was mentioning us, but he wasn't. Yeah. Let's see.
No, on YouTube. I watched the video yesterday. The video was 15 minutes, and it was about Brendan Shaw.
10 minutes. Yeah, so that's
like Brendan Shaw, the MMA fighter, who also became a comedian, fighter, and the kid the whole time. It was a 15-minute video about Brendan Shaw. It was all of this shit that had happened. Apparently, Brendan Shaw tried to hit on a comedian's wife or something. I don't know. It was all of this shit that happened like last year, 2 years ago. They made a song out of it. The song was called Drug Walk. It was based on Drug Walk.
Yeah.
John had asked this girl.
This is us. This is how you find out. This is the same thing we did. It doesn't matter when you get there. You get there. That's it. You just get there. That's all about the journey. It's about the destination. Exactly, dude. I'm white as shit, Dallas. I'm white as shit. These guys don't need attention. That's right. I covered it. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, dude.
Come out.
I pushed the tape top. Is that crazy? Oh shit! I missed it. What?
Truck, and she felt like he was asking her to walk out there because he wanted to get a blowjob or something like that. It was a whole thing. Here's the point. I don't give a fuck about none of this.
You were riveted.
You were riveted. Wrong. There were famous people involved.
Look at the joy, dude. This is how we feel when we hear about this. Bomani Jones is me. Or you. We're happy to hear about it. Look at how funny this is. Yeah. This is what brings people together, dude.
You know what, dude? Maybe we lose the joy if Brendan accepts it. Like, the fact that he doesn't accept it makes it better and better every day.
That's quite possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's again, it's the destination, dude. It's not how you get there, man. That's so funny. It's not how long it takes. It's not how you get there. It's if you can do horrible things to get there. It's not how you get there, dude. It's getting there.
It's not about the friends you make along the way. It's about the rat pack that started it all out.
That's right. Fuck those friends.
Yeah.
There were famous people involved in this that I knew, right? There were names like Bobby Lee was involved, like all these different comedians, and I knew those names, but that's not why I was watching. I was watching because this ended up being a fucking opera of mess. An opera of mess. And then it led into like how Brendan Schaub is considered now. Is Brendan Schaub? And then I thought, wait a minute, they have war in Iran. I need to watch some other fucking shit. Like, what the fuck am I doing? But I just think
Ignore that impulse.
Yeah.
Who cares about Iran?
Yeah.
We care about
Brendan Schaub.
Yeah, Brendan Schaub.
100%. All right, Gearhead's Gone Wild is live, Bubba. It's posted by Mitchy Slick LBC. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I saw that still. It's just crazy that this is real.
Yeah.
I didn't think that when he said Gearhead's Gone Wild, I just assumed that was bullshit.
It's real. No, it's real. I'm glad. I'm happy for him. Look at that tongue on it.
That's a tongue. That's a problem, y'all.
That's a problem right there. Charleston knows all about that tongue.
There's been so much pico de gallo on that tongue.
pico de gallo.
Gearhead's Gone Wild. I heard they strip. Yikes. Alrighty. Brendan Schaub before he smokes his cigar backwards. Posted by Jill V3R. Is this Catch Me Tell?
Yeah, I think that's probably from his like hacked email here about that dude who heard of it. So that's probably a picture from that.
Great.
Poor guy.
Oh yes, the moment you've all been waiting for, dude. What happens next? Posted by Icarus Lives Part 24. He did give us a little cliffhanger on the last one because they watched Part 12, and so he's like, Part 24 coming soon. What does that mean? Let's see. Maybe he's a numerology guy.
This is a Greg Ross special.
And they were like, dude, we got this opportunity hard rock casino out in Oklahoma, and this huge benefit sells out. So 3 days before, my brother calls me. He's like,
This huge bonafide?
Something like that.
I need to know this. Wait, why isn't it going back?
yo, some opportunity hard rock casino out in Oklahoma, and this huge benefit sells out.
Bonafide.
It's a huge bone if it sells out.
He calls bonuses bones.
I don't know if he's saying. I don't know if he's like a huge something, and then the word after huge is a positive. If it happens, I think
It's a huge bonus if it sells out. Yeah, you're right.
bonus. Really, we get a bonus if something sells out.
Probably.
Okay.
3 days before, my brother calls me. He's like,
Yo, son, it's sold. Where's my money?
We know it. We heard it.
yo, son, it's sold out. I'm like, no fucking way. I'm like, yo, I don't think what I'm gonna do with the money. Oh, it's tough. So we get there, and I see a line in Good America.
Oh, I remember. This is the thing where the guy was like, "It's not so bad." The redneck guy is like, "We had to say that because you ain't shit. Nobody knows you are soft."
Yeah, no one knows you are, mate. And there's a tornado, too, by the way. Remember? Isn't the tornado, too?
Maybe, but the line of 1K grand people, no chance. But that would be so funny if he said 1K grand.
Let's see.
And I see a line in Good America, like a few hundred people. I don't know, those things, but
Yeah, so I got that.
getting some involved with me. So it's like, it's Oklahoma.
Tornado.
Tornado. Tornado warning. People running, the car given, and the show was supposed to start at 7. And so there's tornado warning. So
goes,
It's a fact, no problem.
No, that's not your kid. I'm selling poisoning. Is that a fact? Nope. Damn it.
Yeah.
Is that a fact? No problem. So Shab is saying that to him?
No, he's the old Southern guy saying, is that a fact? No problem. I don't know if it makes sense, but
No, that makes no sense.
so I think there's a mistake here. Does that come later? He goes, is that a fact? No problem. Hey, I'll tell you what, why don't we go to my office and talk there so we don't talk over your friend's business? I go, oh yeah, no problem. I go to the office, he has a cowboy hat on, he goes,